EJ streaming late at night, building up with all his might. He's on under desert light, buckle like a Dakistan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs, workers forging oil refines. Sweat and gives a perfect rhyme. It's his world, he's on a climb. Oil rules the land he stands, mobile now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands, EJ's dreaming foreign sands. Rise in perfect sync, pipelines flow, no time to blink. Resources here, they interlink. Buckle like a dozens on the brink. Late night streaming on the screen, his vision clear, his thoughts pristine. Oil rich world in constant sheen. Buckle like a Dagestan's the scene. He stands, mobile now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands, EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Okay, how you doing? Is it time to satisfactory? Is it time to satisfactory? Time to satisfactory. All right, let's do this. We have a lot of work to do today, so let's jump in. Let's beast mode this thing. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing all right? Pray for me, I've made it to the Mass Pike. I will keep you in my thoughts. Alright, let's load up Synergy to make sure. Okay, make sure that I don't mouse off the screen when I'm jumping around. There we go. Good, good, good. Handbrognana. Sweet. 9 hours later, EJ, I'm still on the Mass Pike. Oh my god, Rockets! Oh my god, Rockets! You're doing God's work. Hey, Rockets, do you want me to... I got a question for you, man. Over on the YouTube side of things, and Twitch is over in the YouTube chat. Oh my god, Rockets has been... You've been commenting on the videos, right, when Space News starts. Do you want to see if I can cut the VOD for Space News? So, on the YouTube side of things, what we could do is... When we go to Space News, we switch. I shut the YouTube stream off, wait 15 seconds, and then restart it. If I do that, it'll put Space News in a separate VOD. So you don't have to go searching for the timestamp. If you want. It would make it easier on your phone to find it. Okay, I can do that. Because yeah, no, I appreciate you doing the commenting. You're doing God's work, son. You're doing God's work, doing God's work, Cole Phelps. But yeah. Anyway, cool. Space News is amazing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, man. I try. Oh, used frames. Thank you, Titan. Hi, Titan. Hey, Titan, what are you up? Oh, geez, look. A blue power slug. Thank you, Titans. Let me just double check I got all of them. Every Titan needs to be pet today. Oh, you didn't get pet. Either that or put a comment in the VOD after the fact with a timestamp. Why not do both? I mean, Rockets has... Oh my god, Rockets has been doing that to, he's been doing that for me. Gotta feel bad, but... Yeah. Anyway, alright, so... Satisfactory. Yeah, we got some work to do. Give me one moment. Put those in there, put those in there. We had just completed tier 7, and we're moving to tier 8, milestone 1. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, tier 7's still highlighted because it hasn't. There we go. All right, so I continue to grind through the tiers despite having no aluminum production. We continue to do that. This is all aluminum sheets that the doggos have given me, believe it or not. I do not have one machine that makes aluminum or aluminum casings. Just putting it out there. Aluminum! Guy bought aluminum tubes! I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube. I could work for Space News. Oh, okay. If you want. Jeez, we got a lot of slugs. Got some yellow cake. So, if you guys didn't see the last Satisfactory stream, it was most satisfactory. Two purple power slugs. Purple nurple slugs. It was most satisfactory. We ended up wiring up to our oil, so we're not fully biomass powered anymore. I finally had to take the plunge and get us on the oil power completely. Part of the reason why we needed to do that is because we kept filling the sinks. We kept filling the plastic. We don't need this miner here. We can just take that. We kept filling up the plastic and rubber, so I went over there and we have a smart splitter that's sinking rubber and plastic after my storage is filled up into the dimensional depots. And then from there, we can put the iron ore, we can sink it. And then from there, we, since we're always generating power, we don't have to worry about filling it up, and we're sinking extra plastic and rubber. So that's never going to be a problem. Power should be good for a little while, at least for my little dinky factory. Our capacity is up to almost 2 gigawatts here. Max consumption is 2664 though, which is fine. We can always add another fuel generator and scale oil. The oil's way over there at the oil fields that are in the kind of central canyon. Your dam progress. Damn. Pretty good. Oh, also I scaled up concrete, if you look. We scaled up concrete and made a nice concrete factory here, which is good. The concrete factory is currently not functioning because we're full. The reason why I needed to scale concrete, well, the machines are still going. The reason why we needed to scale concrete is because I made that. It's over here. We started building out the ship dock for the Pillar of Autumn. How's it going? It's going. Yeah. There you go. we have to add the ribs for the dock today, and then we have to start building out the sides. I ended up grinding out about 12 hours of Satisfactory to build this. Maybe it's time to move the ruler to the correct position. Probably. Probably is, yeah. And yeah, we're building at a scale that I don't think is a thing. Yeah, we got power set up to the oil station. I just placed down a bunch of these things and wired it directly to the oil field, which is right there. You can actually see it. At least I think you can. Nope. You can see the last power pole. It's right there behind that, but yeah, it might be time to move the templates into the right positions. I was going to design most of the dock first and then move everything into the right spot. The other thing is that underneath here, right, we got to start building structure into the sides of the dock. Hopper slam. We got to start building the structure into the ribs into this. So, yeah, let's we might also, I don't know why I stopped the plate that I built, the original base plate for this. I don't know why I stopped it just short. But we might need to extend it a little ways back. But either way. Thanks, Zero. And there is some sand in the flame trench, but that's okay. Yeah, that's really where we're at. It is a monster. It is a monster project, but with prefabs and Zoop, should be able to get this done. Yeah, this scale here. I'm sure somebody's built at this scale before, but yeah, it's still like mind-boggling to see it. You're like, how big is this? You know? The other thing I thought about the other day is, and I'm not sure if we can actually, like, make this. I don't think I have the right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could. That if this is truly a flame duct, right, for the ship when it leaves, right? If this is a flame duct for when the ship, when it actually flies away, one side of these ribs should have a slope on it, so the flow from the engines moves away from this. Like, see what's going on there? Like, oh, actually, no. That flame duct is more for the boosters, huh? You trapped Frank. He's not trapped. He can jump over it. Yeah, I guess the flame duct is more for those things, huh? Oh, that's awesome. It's still cool. That's the ship that I'm gonna make, and I'm making the dock for it. Yeah, Sawyer. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, okay, then you don't need to worry about it. All right, cool. Still awesome. I still can't believe how well that system worked for Grissom. Dude, I could make this so much better in KSP now. I know a little bit more about thrusts and how thrust works and control point. I could make it, we could make it do that. Shouldn't be an issue. That's so sweet. What was that noise? Oh, the milestone. Yeah, I was gonna say, what I wanted to do is put deflectors up on the front of this. On the front of these things, put a deflector. But I don't think we need to. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just... Muted? What? Oh, the video was muted. Yeah, of course. I don't know. Maybe that might provide some pretty cool parallax, but I suppose we'll just build these things out. Call it a day. For now. I got an idea. I want to mess with this a little bit. You know what I do like, though? Killer. Die in the wool killer. I want to see if we can put a walkway underneath that flame duct here. And the wool killer. Real killer, when he picked up ZF1, would have immediately asked about the little red button on the bottom of the gun. Nope, not console. I don't want that. And then maybe an upside down. Do we have an inverted? Do I have inverted unlocked? Yes, I do. But if we're truly in the bowels of the trench here and we want to be able to walk back and forth between different parts of the launch pad, this is going to need a lot more structure built into it. So I got an idea. So let's go over to the fabricator and go from here. What I want to do is before we implement the ribs in that thing, I want to build in the detail as we go. So we're going to do a little bit of a detail pass on those. Ruby Rod! Have you seen the glitch for duping items in the game? It's like people forgot it's single player and you have an option for free resources. Yeah, but if you can duplicate Summers loops, you're gonna be sitting pretty. Another power slug. Encased beams. Hi, Titles. Cable. More concrete. He knew. See, did you see that, Chad? He knew I wanted concrete. He knew I needed a lot of it to build that, so he gave me some concrete. He thinks he's people. I've never had the doggo give me a sloop. But who knows? All right, so what I want to do is We want to create some parallax to make it look like it's strong. You know what? We can go with the VAB3 aesthetic. These are the outside beams. I have a feeling that might clip on the outside, but we'll see. Four. One. And then what I want to do hang on, before we make those. We want these to be a light, right? Set color, backgrounds, nothing. Miss of strength, strength 3. All right, now get rid of that, and then give me my Corona. Cool. All right, now we take this, and this is the trench reinforcement trim. This goes in the underground walkways. Let's find an I-beam. There we go. Save the print. Clear the blueprint designer. And now let's just test it and make sure that it works. If we click center there, and then click center there. Nice. Excellent. Perfect. Did you see how I didn't put the nodes on one side? So when you build it, it's like a puzzle piece. It fits together over and over and over again. Reinforcement. Did I put 2 E's in there, Dead Scum? I did. Oh, whatever. It's early. I gotta finish this. Duping is lame, Joe? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not like... I'm like indifferent, dude. Take it or leave it, you know? Reinforcement. Alright, so now check this out. We go in here, we do our trench reinforcement, and 1... And now you have superior reinforcement here on the trench. And now it looks like something that has like a kilometer-long ship takeoff above it. Putting in the reinforcement and stuff makes this look sweet. We just gotta... That's what I was worried about. Please hold. That's the absolute outside for the door, huh? Okay, hold on. I'm thinking put the walkway another row down. This is what part of the reason why I wanted to fill in the base plate. Because this. If I wanted to do something like this, if we wanted to dig into it a little bit, we wouldn't have to worry about digging into a gigantic open cavern. Yeah, so we're just going to do a little bit of detail work here. And go from there. So what we can do, here's what we can do. Give me a half wall. Right? And then, get rid of this, get rid of this, put another half wall down. No, not with Zoop, just regular. There we go. Alright, so now don't need the wall segments there. Sweet. There we go. we should start making the blueprint for the stairwells. But now, if we do our trench reinforcement, right? I don't think we need that last one. Okay. Yeah, now we're gonna this is where this is really gonna come into play. Building out the staircases. It's gonna be important to prefab these things, but just like I did in the old save, because we can still build in that same VAB aesthetic for all the structure for this. The way I tried to build stuff, guys, was like handrails everywhere. Like you make it look like OSHA took a dump in here. Yes, that was a sentence. Didn't even know you could snap to the world grid. Yep. See, now, because we made it a section lower, it's not going to stick out. And now, because the scale of this thing is so ridiculously large, we can, Is that what that smell is? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, we have a pooper scooper. Is that Red Bull? No. I needed it today. For whatever reason, I had a disgusting caffeine headache this morning. I get headaches a lot. And I've gotten so many different types of headaches that I can kind of distinguish which one is a you haven't slept in 2 days headache. And which one is a, you know, you need more caffeine. You have caffeine withdrawals, you need more headache. Which is nice. So I got that going for me, which is, you know, that's good. Nice! Yes, Neo, yes. gonna say, if we set this down right here, it basically puts the light in the right spot, but I think, yeah, this is gonna be sticking out a little bit. Good enough. Yeah. Good. Good. See, this is cool. And we could, like, coat the concrete down here or something if we wanted to. Perfect. Now it looks like it ties in. I'm all about making sure, you know, stuff looks structurally right. Now, like this part of the trench, right, where we are, right, if, you know, if you guys know anything about launch pads, I don't know, I like real life rocket launch pads. Yeah, right here is going to be under a lot of pressure because this is designed to be able to accept this thing taking off. What I'm doing is building the flame ducting for this, because I want to, we're obviously not going to make the ship launch, right? But I'm making that structure. This structure right here, and I'm putting the ship in it, and the ship's going to be my factory. But building out this structure right here, right? And building out the ducts for the trench, right? I like making it plausibly realistic. Like, dude, you're going to have, like, basically, like, 8 Saturn V's going off in here. That's what it looks like from the cutscene. Like, each one of these is, like, basically... Well, actually, I don't even think Saturn V. It's like a Starship Super Heavy. The Super Heavy booster. There's 8 of those things. They're probably more powerful than that. If you guys know... If you guys follow Starship at all, you know that you're probably going to need a lot of space for the flames and everything. And there's a great deal of pressure that gets built up in the flame trench. And if you don't do something with that pressure, it'll find a way to make reliefs in your structure. Like that. So, what I like doing is, if we're building heavy industry, I like building out heavy industry. This piece right here has the rib. This rib on top of it, right? And if we were going to walk through this, right, the concrete that's above us would need to be supported. This is how I build. Everything is going to get built like this, guys. So, yeah, just food for thought. Like, this is the detail work that gets done here. Life, rockets find a way. Yeah, we got to build in. Today I want to build in. I want to do that basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more times. Like the flame ducts for rockets usually are nice and clean. They're usually open and stuff. You don't usually have a rib in the design like this because this is going to make a lot of turbulence in the flame trench for a rocket, which is not ideal. Flame trenches generally like to be open because rocket engines are abrasive to concrete. It would be like sandblasting concrete. But rockets shoot out gases so ridiculously fast, the molecules coming out of it are going so ridiculously fast, you can basically you're not sandblasting concrete, but you can basically ablate something with air. Like, you can sandblast with just straight pneumatic pressure, and it does that. Yeah, that was SpaceX's launch pad after IFT-1, when they realized maybe Maybe we should put something down here to do something about those flames and pressures. Sawyer's puns make turbulence in the flame trench. They do. They do. You're not wrong. So, yeah, we're gonna build structure. On the outside of this, you don't want a lot. But, yeah. I want, like, I haven't figured out what we're gonna make over there, but I want, like, you to be able to walk in here, and I want this to look like it's holding up like 6,000 tons of concrete, which, yeah, beams that thick, that could hold up a lot. Does the rocket exhaust get ionized hitting a static surface? No, it can't. When you're down in the atmosphere, it won't be able to keep the speed for long enough to create ionization. I mean, you might get some localized stuff, O10, but here. But once again, the whole thing is to basically avoid doing that. If we look at any flame trench, like that right there is construction for Slick 6's flame trench. It's basically an open corridor. Slick 6's flame trench actually had a 90-degree turn in it, and it came out the side. This was for the space shuttle. But see the actual part where the flames go is really, really smooth. You want to get that as smooth as possible, like almost coated concrete smooth. That's what a lot of people don't know. You guys really never get to see inside of the flame ducts. I had the privilege of walking and peering up inside of Slick 41's flame duct. It's super smooth in there. You don't want to make turbulence in the trench. Your sound suppressor can be used for that. But yeah, if you want to look at that little generator card up there and get your scale here. Now we're trenching. Yeah, you really don't want to make a lot of turbulence in these things. That's 39A or B. I can't tell, but that's an old picture because that's a shuttle ML down there. You can see. So guys, you see this right here? You see all this stuff? That's concrete. That isn't like asbestos or any type of like like thermal protection. This is concrete. The rocket engine exhaust, you can actually see the SRBs. The SRB makes a nice big it leaves there's a lot of coking residue here. But yeah, look at that. Look at it. It just melts concrete. Yeah. I've seen the shuttle flame deflectors up close. I've seen this up close. Yeah, it melts concrete. It makes concrete look like pudding. That's how hot it gets. It gets a little toasty down here. Did you see the video of someone playing Satisfactory and making a skate park? No, Mock, I haven't, but that's super cool. If you place something over a ground object and remove what you placed, does the ground object disappear as well? No, I don't think so. So you're saying the proof is in the flame trench concrete. That's right. All right, so enough talking. It's building time. For right now, I'm only going to put detail in the walkways down here, but in the future, we'll build out the detail over here and whatnot. So let's get to building the second rib. What we'll do first is I'll mark the, mark. That's what we need. I hope you like your Frank. Well done. Yeah. We got to make the cutout for this. There we go. It's good for one side. Sweet. There we go. All right, so first thing we got to do. We went up 2, right? And then it looks like we got a single 4 meter wall tilted like that. And then we got an 8 meter after that. Oh, we got to zoop it. When we build in Satisfactory, guys, what I like doing is I like making this look like I try to build it how you build like a video game level, if that makes any sense. Zoop! There it is! I know Sips. Of course I know Sips. I don't know him personally, but I know of him, yeah. I haven't seen his build, no. I'm not sure if there's a way to prefab these the rib pieces, especially due to the scale that we're building at. I don't mind just zooping this. I mean, we can prefab certain pieces, but zooping is one of the best quality of life features they ever added. Agreed. I mean, that's the thing about Satisfactory. Coffee Stain really listen to everybody. That's like the big one. They listen to the community feedback. They're like how Coffee Stain does outreach and stuff, and how they did early access should be studied in future game development courses. Like how they did outreach, like Snut and Jace should be in like a game design course class, you know? For like how to be a good community manager and how to be able to convey what the community needs and wants to the developers, because they frankly have done probably the best job I've ever seen. Well, best job I've seen in a long time, let me put it to you like that. OG KSP was the same way. Icarus, yep, that's right. Yeah, great examples. This is looking so good. Thanks, Mark. No comment, Tessa. Yeah, Valheim. Yep. It'll be easier if we don't make that a 1 meter foundation. Yeah. We could also build in more structure right here, but we'll do that later. Gotta do this like 8 more times. It's all good. Drummer. Go. Really wish you could soup these things on the diagonal, but it's alright. I think we can actually optimize this a little bit. By placing both sides of the wall on the way up and way down. Optimize movement. It doesn't take as long. Here, you want to break up the sound here, right? I'm gonna go prefab the staircases, I think. It happened in the multiplayer server I was in and killed it for us. Joe, I know that was like 30 minutes ago. Just, yeah, duping. Yeah, who's gonna dupe in a multiplayer? Oh, computers. All right. Electromagnetic control rods. More computers. Good job, Titans. Heavy frames. Very good. Some rotors. Rebar. Cable. Good job, Titos. Base blast. Yeah, it's the goat music, dude. We unlocked the goat. It is the goated music. All right, you know what? Let's get the aeronautical engineering thing. We have 264 motors right now. How many do we have over here? Do we have motors here? We have enough motors. We have enough motors. I don't even know where all those motors came from, but whatever. That's everything but those 50 RGUs. The radio guidance unit or whatever. Let's see what it takes to make an RGU. And also we gotta build out the staircase blueprint. Casings and oscillators and computers. With the sloops, it'll make 4 of them. Okay, we need enough. Oh, we have to give it enough material to make 13 of those RCUs. Would you say this game is somewhat easy to get a grasp of? Really easy. Easy to understand, but hard to be good at. Yeah, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So 13, we'd need 13 because that would give me 52 because we're slooping this. So 2 times 13 is 26. We need 26 computers. 13 crystal oscillators, and then 32 times 13. That's the Steam menu. We need 416 aluminum casing. That might be a problem. Math. Talking to Sawyer. All right, how many more casings do we have? Damn.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
The cheater. Titans, you want to give me some aluminum casings? Titans, hello. Hey, doggy. Oh, hi, doggy. Okay, Sam ore is good. Circuit boards are nice. Thank you. Barrel nuts are good, but you know what I need? Casings. Good doggies. I've sank a ticket, yeah. I haven't sank the mug. The balls are bad. Oh god, no. Do we have any casings in here? No. Brick. Your big concrete project is almost as involved as the Oroville Dam. Yeah, 13, is it 13 times 32? Yeah, 416. I need some small casings. I don't want to spend another ticket, but yeah, you know what? It probably won't be the last time we use all these damn casings. I know, it's kind of cringe, but I don't have any aluminum, so. That should give me enough. Why not craft them? Genuine question. I think you need aluminium solution or something? Question? Could be mistaken. You already have a plan of what to manufacture on the ship? Everything? Pretty much. I have a good idea, Songkib. It was enough to basically go forward with the project. I'm using some halo.bungie.org reference here. That one right there is going to be how I'm going to make this. These octagonal cells will be used to make the superstructure of the ship. And then the different factory areas will be these shells hollowed out. So if you hollow out these shells, it basically ends up looking like the docking bays. If you play Halo, you know what this is. We need 26 computers. I did some kind of studies, Sunkib, to how we could put it together. I'm pretty sure I got a good idea of how to make like open bays and stuff. I'm pretty sure we can get it looking real good. Just gotta make some circuit boards real quick. That'll give us enough computers to make the RGUs that we need. Base boost. I can't listen to this loud. That's gonna make 4 radio control units, and we need 50. So if we give enough for 13 constructions of this, that should give me 52, because we're slooping everything. If I did the math left, who knows? Here, Sunkiv, let me show you. I did kind of a little bit of a study on how to build this. It's inside of the trench here. I already have the casings submitted. See that right there? That's a cross-section of the main hull segment of the ship. That's how we're gonna make it. How I'm kind of picturing this in my head, dudes, is we'll have decks, right? But right in there, those squares are enough for a train. Those are 16 by 16. So we could have trains go through there. You could have belts go through there. You could have all kinds of cool stuff. We're gonna have to take some creative licensing with this at some point, but yeah, that was my kind of what's in aerospace engineering is called a trade study on how to make that. But we gotta go back over here, and I have to get the staircases blueprinted. Will the ship be in dry dock or floating above like in the photo? So, Coltec, I don't think that that's the dry dock for the ship, but I do also think that they dry dock the, this right here. I think that's dry dock and a launch pad. Because this is very clearly a launch pad with the umbilicals and stuff, but they say the ship is dry docked. But if you think about, like, what's dry docking a spaceship, right? What does that mean? Like, how do you dry dock a spaceship? The only analogous thing that I can come to in real life would be like catching super heavy. In which case, you'd need like a high bay for that. But for a ship that's 1.1 kilometers long, you're not going to put this in a high bay. The ship it's big. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this the dry dock and launch pad. Yeah, Zeppelin hangar. Let me put it to you like this. I'm not putting the ship inside. This is a big enough build already. We're not putting it inside. Okie dokie. I don't think that's, I don't think that's gonna be good for what we're trying to do. The ship looks like it's on hold downs. So it looks like it's just sitting in that bay, you know? Actually, we only need to do one. Why did I make two? look good. Dry is in out of water. Does dry dock in maritime speak mean dry is in out of the water? Yes. Yes, it does. So the New Jersey, for instance, they do this to repaint the hull of the ship, and to maybe make repairs for corrosion and whatnot. The USS New Jersey, which is an Iowa-class battleship, is in dry dock at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. See, it's basically they float it in to a dock, right? And then they use pumps and drain it, and it brings the ship down on these jacks right here. This is what a dry dock looks like in real life, but 500 years into the future, right? You know, I assume that this is what a spaceship dry dock looks like, because it's not normal for ships to do this. This is part of maintenance, but you don't do this all the time, right? Like, the ship actually can't stay like this for a long period of time. It'll buckle under its own weight because it's designed to float. And the hydraulic pressure is what keeps the hull true, believe it or not. Not a lot of people know that. I learned that from the Battleship New Jersey's YouTube channel, if you really want to know. The curator of the museum said, like, well, oh, why don't you just keep it in dry dock so you don't ever have to do this again? It's a museum ship. The hull of this will buckle under the weight of the superstructure without the hydraulic pressure. So without it floating, the water keeps like, if this is the sides of the ship, it keeps them true. If it was in dry dock, they would bulge out because the weight of all this stuff. It's designed to float. So, like, this isn't something that happens all the time. And if you read Halo lore, right, this isn't something that happens all the time either. The ship only comes down here if they need to do a repair or a refit on it that requires being in the atmosphere. Like, someplace where you can't, because, yeah, someplace, like, working on it in space is a pain in the butt. That's true in real life, or I guess in the Halo universe too. Working on stuff in space sucks. It's way harder to do everything. That once again, that's not in Halo lore. That's real life. Like, even undoing a bolt in a spacesuit, big pain in the butt. Yeah, this isn't a typical thing, Drummer. These ships are designed in the Halo universe. These ships are designed to stay on orbit. Like, yeah, this is in the Halo universe, it's about this is a dry dock, right? You don't do this all the time, just like you don't do that all the time either. The ship needs to float. Spaceships probably will have the same buckling hull problem in atmosphere under gravity. I would assume, yeah. And that, once again, that speaks to, like, how much thought they put into the Halo universe. The guys that made the story for Halo really did put some thought into this, which is super cool. I think that's awesome. That's awesome that they're nerds. They freaking, like, all this stuff was well thought out. I live where the RV Petrel is dry docked. It fell over in a storm, which is pretty terrifying. Oh, that thing? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, that's the, that's cool, man. That's cool, Sakar. Neat. But yeah, this is what I'm building, guys. I'm building out the dock, the pad for it, I suppose. And then I'm going to put my factory inside of this. Yeah, we're going to make this. I'm going to put my factory inside of it. And then the umbilical arms right here and the hold down points, right? The hold down umbilicals are going to be my resource elevators. And then in the cargo bays, right, we'll have drones. So drones will be flying in and out of the ship. And then the factory will be in the main bulkheads, or the main bulk of the ship, like all the factories and stuff. And then, like, I was thinking we could do nuclear power out back where the ship's reactors are. I have a cross section of it. Yeah, see, the whole back of the ship is reactor, and then like the main hull segment right here, so hull segment 4 in Halo lore, that's all cargo bays and decks and stuff. Will you be here for Vulcan? Yeah, I'm stopping the stream after Space News today. Suddenly quiet. Hello. Mr. Dick. Nick, anything good? I think in the time that it took me to do all that, the RGUs should be finished. Yep, 52, just as intended. Okay, another milestone. I continue to survive with a basic factory that the most advanced component that we have on my straight assembly lines is rods. I bespoke manufacture everything else because I think that's hilarious. Suddenly quiet, all good? Yeah, I'm fine.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Double turbo motors! Oh, score! We'll save those for later. Thank you, Titans! Double turbo motors! Yes! Who needs a factory when you have dogs? Kato, I ground through a good bit of these tiers without... I have no coal production. I started building oil at tier 5, and the dogs gave me most of the components that I needed there. Quinturbskis, yes. Hell yeah, brother. We need to make supercomputers. Yeah. I have basic oil, and that's about it. In a very basic factory, I one-off manufacture everything because this factory works. It's not designed to do anything else. It's just designed to work. Advanced aluminum production. I got some kind of cooling parts from the dog last night, and I got 26 tickets. Yeah, the cooling system. Yep. Cooling system and heat sinks. I started saving these, dude, because you're gonna... I have a feeling you're gonna... Like those fused frames, those are worth a lot. And yeah, see, for particle enrichment, tier 8, you're gonna need a lot of these. The dogs give you these things. So I'm just gonna, every once in a while, we'll just go back and forth between building on this, checking the Titans, and grinding out tiers, which is hilarious. Still on tier 6 biomass burners, phase 4 tier 8 completed, waiting for the correct recipes to actually design the factory. Bingo, Terp, exactly. Because biomass burners have belt feeds now, if you sloop biomass, you can quadruple your amount, and you can run off biomass till like tier 6. That's what I'm doing. It was only like last stream that I hooked up oil, dude, and I have, how many hours we in on this save? 72 hours in. See what I'm talking about, man? Looks like you made a lot of progress. You could say that. Something tells me the devs will defeat it. It totally beats the point of the factory game. Drummer, it's gonna get increasingly difficult to rely on the the doggos to get what you need. You're running mostly on Geo. Nice, nice. Hey, Pat. Hanging out with the YouTube mob. As cannot see chat on Twitch when I split screen for work, but at least now I can support you on Twitch. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, what did I miss? I started making things. I started making the trench. See, now with the left-hand staircase blueprint, if we just out here. Oh no. That's really, it could be really easy for that to come in wrong. But I think I got it right. It's pretty flat, pretty smooth. Cool. Now let's go down here and we use our structural blueprint, trench reinforcement. Oh yeah, I made a left-hand blueprint, but I didn't make the right-hand one. Oh well, we'll make it this way. I like that idea. It'd have to be a snap point from the side, yeah. Alright, we'll figure that out. Alright. Excellent. That's 2 done. Next.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Debbie, tier 2, 98-month resub. Thank you. You just finished reading Reentry. Cool, Ray. Nice. Keanu Reeves driving in the GR Cup in Indy to... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There's a sand dune here. What is this gargantuan thing? Flame trench. For the ship that I'm going to build. I want to build a factory in a gigantic spaceship. This is the dock for said spaceship. Well, I guess this one is not going to have a walkway. I won't do a walkway for Rib 3. Screw that. Happy accident. We'll just make this one with no underground path. It's fine. Tiny bit of clipping on your bottom camera. Apollo, will you be building the interior of the ship? Yeah, that's where the factory's gonna be. Yeah, we'll bust this out. Sorry I'm late. This is starting to take shape. It's getting there. Cool. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow. human music. I like it. What is this song? This is called Goat Storm. Do you like it? No? Hey boss, do you like SG-1? Yeah, I haven't watched it in such a long time, dude. I can't recall any particular detail from it, but yeah, I do. Any particular reason why you're using solid biofuel for jetpack? That's all I have. Yeah, Henry, I stayed biomass fuel until I skipped coal. I didn't do coal power through that. I skipped biomass basically until I absolutely needed to do oil. Yeah, I mean, dude, you know what the crazy part is? I don't know if it's changed or if it's been like this. I never bothered to look. Biomass actually gives you pretty good. Biomass has pretty damn good energy density. 450 megajoules per unit, which is... That's a lot. That's more than coal. Interestingly enough. Are you fully envisioning something like this on your own? Are you looking at something and trying to replicate it? It's based off of Halo Reach. The last level in Halo Reach, Mock, there's one of my favorite sci-fi ships of all time. The Pillar of Autumn, which if you played Halo 1, it's the big ship that, the big human ship that Master Chief is on that finds Halo. In Halo Reach, it makes, not a cameo, but it's to figure out why Halo 1 happened and why Halo 1 went down the way that it is. You play Halo Reach. And, yeah. That's what I'm making. Well, at least not this part. That's the ship that we're gonna make. The ship in Halo Reach is in a dock on the surface, and you get to see it. And if you never played Halo Reach, then you get to see it launch, which is one of the coolest cutscenes in any video game, I think, in my opinion. Yeah, what I'm making right now is the dock. See the ribs in the flame duct right here? That's what I'm making right now. I sent you something on Discord for the stream. I saw it. Yep. Neat. I'm making the trench. The ship's gonna be up there. That was a trade study for how I'm going to design it, but this is gonna be insane. Yeah. Okay, I don't think there's any sand dunes over here. So the first thing we need to do is cut a hole. Yeah, the duct is huge. There's a mod for Stargate that now... There's a mod for Starfield that now adds the Stargate to 120 planets. Proper DHD dialing? No way, dude. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. Yeah, the Starfield DLC release. Maybe we should go back and play, you know, Bostonian Spaceman. Oh, yeah, you want me to do that? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, you know, like give me the tripping balls here, or, you know, we've discovered some weird alien species. That's strange. That's freaking bizarre, guy. Oh, EJ, you idiot. Hey, you gotta dismantle the right piece. Measure twice, cut once. Tessa, I remember playing Space Build back in the day. Gary's mod Space Build. In Gary's mod Space Build, yeah, there was a Stargate mod. Space Build was like Stationeers before Stationeers, dude. But you could, like, anything that you built, you could fly in space, so to speak. Measure once, cut twice, glue together, do it again. Yep. You know what? I think I'm going to do all the cutouts here first. That makes more sense. We'll just assembly line this sucker. Balls. I could probably make it work. Just gotta be careful about those stupid sand dunes. Wait, why is there a Minecraft Stargate mod? Isn't that just nether portals? Well, new with 2 L's. Yeah, Cylinder, there you go. Portal's a single point to point. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we got to make sure there's no sand dunes. No sand dunes, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no sand dunes, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no sand dunes. I think there's one at the very end. Yep. It's fine. Oh, you gotta make a cutout. Okay, next cutout. That one's not gonna have one. The sand dune at the end of the tunnel makes it look like sand trap just a bit. Yeah, man. Nice, Tessa, that's cool. I don't know, honestly, when I'm gonna find the time to freaking play any of this, but, you know. Nice. Ribbed. Yeah, of course I do. Yep, yep. Obviously. Let's hope there's no dunes in between. Okay. So I'm doing all the cutouts for the ribs here, and then we'll go back and furnish them. Gonna assembly line this sucker. Also, this is really fun to do. Okay, that side seems pretty clean. I have a feeling we're gonna get stuck in the dunes in the center. Nope. No cutout for this one. Do these dunes give you hallucinations? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's part of the lore, exactly. Some of these things don't have the space for a trench, though. Like, yeah, I mean, you could say some of it got blown through, which is fine. I think that's kind of cool. That's why I was kind of okay with not building this, like, completely high up off the ground and have some of it clipping into the sand. So, yeah, it looks right, because the desert would blow It would blow sand into the trench, obviously. Okay, one more, I think, and then we're good. This one is definitely not going to have a walkway. If we can get through this, I'll be very impressed. Nope. If the only issue... Vargon, you have a question. If the only issue with a Raptor recovered from Booster 11 is a bent nozzle, could it still fire or is it dead? If the turbine machinery was intact and you gave it another nozzle, combustion chamber, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, there's a lot more... propulsion is a little more complicated than that, but there's a lot of different stuff going on. But here's the most important part. You're not going to know until you try. Vargon, wouldn't it be something if that Raptor that SpaceX fired for 15 minutes was a recovered one? I mean, I can't see the reason why you would do a test that long unless you were testing to failure, right? And why would you be doing, well, not necessarily failure, but non-destructive testing? Why would you be doing NDT to a Raptor engine at this point? Unless it was like Raptor 3 or something. Right? But who knows? I just joined. Is the title legit? Are you building a cargo hold for your factory? Self-synth, I'm building that. And I'm going to build a factory inside of the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. Right now, I'm building the dock for it. Testing translunar injection or transmars injection? Yeah, context, it's possible. Yeah. 15-minute burn is insane. That's like unheard of for a fully cryogenic engine. It's no one's done that. A shuttle engine could maybe do that. Maybe. If you throttled it down, it probably could, but yeah, that's pretty crazy. Anyway. All right, we have all the cutouts. Let's start building the ductwork.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, D-Pick, 48-month resub. New badge, who dis? Thanks, man. Thanks for the 4 years. Appreciate it. Hope you've had fun. Your entrance into the trench feels very Halo. Good. That's what I'm aiming for, man. don't know about the pillar bottom. It looks like the tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh. Yeah. I get it. But, I don't think the Egyptians had concrete, man. Maybe you should check yourself before you wreck yourself. You know who did have concrete? The Romans. Not the song again. Oh, you don't like it? Hey, Matt, what's going on?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right. Snooze. You snooze. You win. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 8-month. Appreciate it, dude. All right, that rib's finished. The song makes me feel like you're out on the high seas.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova Raptor gifted a sub to Creeper. Thanks, man. All right, cool. Let's get the doors. All right. Now we build the walls. Oh, one too many. Got to take a little bit off the top there. Now it feels like the tunnels in library. Don't remind me of that. Nah, no, it still's got the human aesthetic to it, please. Hate that freaking map. I don't have a right-hand staircase blueprint, dudes. So we're just gonna have to make this one by hand. Doesn't take too long. Gotta paint them high-vis yellow. Safety first. Been playing for 2 hours. Whatever. 343 Guilty Spark. Dude, that level sucks. I hate that level on Legendary. Tough, dude. Real tough. Dude, I was looking at that cross section and I thought I made a cut wrong. I thought I cut it one square off. I was about to be like, no, please. No, please. Gotta sit here and teach you boys a lesson. Officer Rabbit and I are gonna sit here and watch you three remake the whole structure. Please, no. Out of fuel? Oh, thank you. I wish you could soup these diagonally like you could ramps, but the game doesn't want to do that. Why is this space dock not part of the port strike? Oh. Oh, that... yeah, that's funny, I think. It's on the west coast, that's why. Oh wait, no, I think we might be on the east coast of the map. Well, EJ, you got yourself into a right fine pickle. Hi, my name is EJ. I like making more work for myself. Alright, cool. Let's just make it more difficult. Alright. people just like doing more work. Yep. Contractors built those ramp walls exactly to spec. Oh, God. Spare me. Does the keel of the ship rest on the dock, or are there landing gear? The hold down points are holding it up as far as we can tell, Goat. Yeah, guys, this is just the pad. This is just the launch pad for the ship. Because the ships in Halo, the bigger ships in Halo can't really loiter in atmosphere. Like, they can't sit there. They need to be held up. So if we're gonna make the pillar bottom, we'd either need to make it like way up there by the space elevator, which I don't think you can do. Or we would need to build the dock for it. I don't mind building the dock for it. I think that's cool. Plus, Halo is one of my favorite series. We're gonna do it justice. So they're hold up points. Hold up. You're making them wrong again? Looks right to me. Perfect. Or more. What is your favorite year body style of the Mustang? 67 and 68 are my favorites, dude. Oh, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I like 67s. I mean, that's only like the single most popular style, but... Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Whatever. Okay, this one doesn't have a pit, so... It's mesmerizing seeing you pull this architecture out of your head. It's not totally my design. You can thank Bungie for this. Oh crap! I forgot I didn't have jetpack. Ow. 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 I know it's pillar bottom, but you don't have a blueprint in front of you. Yeah, alright. I mean, I suppose. I know what I need to build. Just building it. See, like, the key to doing stuff like this is getting the proportions right. That's why, like, measure twice, cut once. Once you've got the measurements, you know what you need to build. It's pretty easy. You could just put doors to walk through to match the other ones. I like that idea. You sold me. Still have a way to ingress into the flame trench if you need to. What's not easy is taking compliments, apparently. Yeah, I suck at that, Greg. Like, I know it's a joke, but I suck at that. I'm not good. I'm not good at taking compliments. Thank you. Yeah, just do it, man. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, I guess. Yeah, like, I'm not... Yeah, exactly. I built it wrong before. I guess I missed the first 10 times you built those staircases. Yeah, Clockwork, I built it a bunch of times, dude. So, yeah. No, but thank you. I appreciate it, man. Once I got, like, a design in my head, dude, I'm pretty good. Pretty good to go. But yeah, if you want to do this, like, you want to build stuff like this, just get the proportions and get the measurements right. First thing you do is always take measurements, right? Especially if you're building a scale model, right? Good. Okay, let's do that to the other side. Only 3 more after this. I think if you build the ramp walls one side at a time, you won't have to rotate them every click. Yeah, maybe. I don't mind doing that, dude. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't add that much time having to flip it as opposed to placing it to the first try. So like in my mind, I don't mind, you know, just checking for a second to make sure that it's the right orientation. All it's gonna take is one spin on the scroll wheel on the mouse to flip it to the right direction, right? So, I mean, by the time it, like, that saves me time because one click on the mouse is better than going up and down the trenches like this 2 to 3 times. Building a skate park, flame duct, consort. Like just doing that, not a big deal. That makes it so I don't have to go up this thing twice, unless I screw it up. But see, if you look up where it says dismantle crate, up there at the top, you could just see it peeking over, so I can tell if they're straight or not. If we sit at the right angle, and just one flick of the scroll wheel, if it's backwards, easy peasy. It's based off of the orientation of the wall that you're placing it to. Because the walls apparently have a front side and a back side, right? So as long as you... I mean, I can't tell which is the front and back side of the wall because it's identical. Identical. Hey, Jay. Welcome to the More Difficult Club. We have mugs and t-shirts. All right, let me go get more packed fuel. You know the Space Gun guys? S3 put out a 16-minute video on them a few days ago. It shows a lot more of their thinking in their process. Yeah, I get it. I get your thinking in your process. No amount of thinking will be able... No, that's not the right way to say that. It's going to take a crazy amount of thinking and process to figure out a way to beat the atmosphere. Oh, blue power slug. Thanks, buddy. More turbo motors. Good job, Titans. I just wanted a dog petting break. Those are my emotional support Titans. Thank you very much. What's the next milestone? Down with MPP? You know me. Nuclear. Do we have any biomass left? Nope. Huh. Okay. Might have some biofuel in the truck. You should put a fix-it ticket into the awesome sink. You will get something cool. What? The Cybertruck? I've done that already, dude. There we go. Had some biomass lying around. You should interdimensional storage some fuel from our oil supply over there. Almost there. Does SLS stacking soon? SLS start stacking soon? Yes. Probably. Okay, I gotta pee 1 second. I'll be right back. 2-second break. I would like to go on record saying that a semi-truck has no business being anywhere near Fall River. That sucked. Why are you near Fall River? That's not... Oh, you thought you could try to make a shortcut. You thought you could try to take a shortcut around, huh? Yeah. No. No. Just go down 90 to 95 to 128. Don't do that. I'll be right back 1 second. I just gotta pee. Okie dokie. Gotcha, thanks. Oh yeah, great. Thanks for your time. No, you legit had to deliver there? Oof. Okay. Let's grab a helping of concrete. Good enough. Let's see what the Titans have to give us. Yellow power slug. Blue power slug. Pulse Nobelisk. Nothing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, what are you doing back there? Oh, he sneezed. Look at him. He sneezed. Love that dimensional depot. Yes. All right, let's get to work. Forgot my process for a second. Gotta make the roof first. Oh god, this is going to be insane. Hi, Porter. Hey, how you doing? I have jetpack, right? Okay, cool. My heart just sank for a second. I'm like, ugh! Oops. Where's the mouse? There it is. Placed it wrong. Come on, slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. What up? What is this? It's another project I'm working on in another game, Jens. This is Satisfactory, and I'm building a flame trench in Satisfactory for a gigantic ship. And this is a factory building game, and I wanted to build my factory inside of a big ship. So I chose a big ship that I really like from Halo, and I'm building the dock for it. We're building the ribs. See the ribs in the flame trench right here for that ship? Yep. And then I'm gonna build the ship, and then we're gonna put the factory inside of it. Hey, Zarek. What's up, dude? All right. We're gonna go down here. We need half foundations. Better to place the flat first. 1, 2, 3. Place the flat. Gotta paint everything safety yellow. Safety first. What is... I have a joke for you. What is a skeleton's favorite snack? Ribs! Spare ribs! Frick! Bones? No! Why must you fail me so often? You got the reference? Oh, I got the reference. Yeah, gonna have to make that one by hand. Wow, that looks awful. That's fine. Stupid sand dune. Where does he find the time to study all the memes? I have no life. You cannot kill that which has no life. If you have no life, then explain Brimo. Brimo also has no life. We are invincible. Instead of memeing by yourself, guys, all you gotta do is just find someone to meme with. That's simple. Jeez. Do I have to think of everything? Stab in your heart. What's that, Phil? What is the dumbest thing that people should spend absurd amounts of money on? RS-25s. Ow. Damn. Swinging the chain, swinging the chain. Yeah, baby. 2 more. Where's Maz? This is gonna look crazy when it's done. Yes. Yes. It's very nice. Going to make you happy in the eye sockets. All right. Oh. Maybe we can install all the flat panels first. That'd actually probably save us a little bit of time in processing here, because what we gotta do is vents. Vents. Staircase. Staircase. Alright. Gotta make sure everything is high-vis yellow. Safety first, despite being in a dark room. You have to be able to see it. All right. What are you gonna do? Am I hearing goat music? It's the goated. Nice duck, man. All right, wall time. Holy concrete, Batman. Shut up, Robin. We're building a flame trench. Concrete. Concrete. Right? It's looking really good. Thanks, Liquid Pooper. Any word on the Crew 8 return? I've heard nothing except the ordinary, dude. Nothing yet, Brendan. It should be happening soon. Is this one of 4 flame trenches? No, this is just the big one. Somewhere in the galaxy, Elon is taking notes. You say this is the only trench, but what if you run out of factory space and then you want a Halcyon class alongside? Okay, so Sikar, good question. Okay, so first of all, I don't think we're gonna run out of space. Second of all, if I'm doing that, I'm building a Halo frigate crashed in the desert over there somewhere, okay? That'll give us enough space, I think. Yeah, no, maybe? Yeah, buddy. I might have a better parking solution. Okay. Rather than do the jump back and forth between the sides, I found building the outer wall first and then building this is better. What's that, Panther? It was either that, Sikar, build like a Halo frigate, or build the space elevator from New Mombasa in Halo 2 and put it right next to it. Because, you know, we already have the space elevator. You know, in hindsight, I probably would have just built that instead. Build the space elevator at New Mombasa, the one from 2 that... Major League Soccer rolling. Oh, the mobile launcher. Yeah, the mobile launcher's rolling right now. Yep. Yeah, they're gonna start, it's going back to the VAB for, testing, or not testing, for assembly, I'm pretty sure. While I was out running errands, saw someone driving a Cybertruck. Very interesting to look. First time I've seen one. It's definitely a looker, dude. That's for sure. All right, last one. Oh, hang on. There we go. New booster recovery picks if they haven't been posted yet. Unreal. That's sick, dude. Booster 11 goat meals from Starship Flight 4. There's been a recovery vessel off the coast of Texas, fishing out parts of it. They got parts of the engine section, and they got center engines too. Can you not zoop the ramp walls? Dude, they don't zoop in the right direction. They zoop straight. So blue, it'll just make a bunch of triangles in a straight line. Yeah, no, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating. The bubble, it explodes. Yeah, here, look, it zoops like that. I don't know why it wouldn't zoop diagonally, but whatever. Do flame trenches have doors in them? Depends on the design. It depends on the trench. Generally, no. Sea Kraken, but it's some artistic license. Let's just pretend those are super, super strong blast doors. Usually anything that's in the flame trench that's not concrete is, not a thing. How is that useful? I'm sure on some planet someone finds that very useful, but the weak link is, this is Earth. Obviously not ML1 blast doors. Dude, those things weren't even in the flame trench. They were on the launch pad deck, which is... Dude, you guys know that I've walked on that thing. I've seen those doors up close. They're blast doors. Those doors that the SLS blew off the pad are... I don't know, probably about 15 centimeters thick. Like 6 inches, maybe. And yeah, they don't. Yeah, it basically threw them around like they were tinfoil. SLS blew the doors off the mobile launcher, yeah. Oh yeah, the doors to the elevator, Vargon? Yeah, it blew the doors off. It's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool. The steel plates fold, or was the door frame breaking? The door was found 200 to 300 feet away from the pad. Wonder why they designed it in a way that the doors face the engines. They didn't. Those doors are radial to the longitudinal vector of the flame trench. How bent? Looked like a crushed soda can. Overpressurized the elevator shaft, yep. I don't think it should be understated how much power is coming out of those rockets when they go to fire. You trapped a beam in the ship. Is he getting a stasis cage? Tresta, what stream are you watching? I don't understand how those words are relevant. The words you said. The alien bouncy boy. Oh, that guy. That's the alien bouncy boy. That's just Frank. Oh, missed some walls here. Thing's so freaking big, it's glitching the shadows in Lumix. Okay, is Frank getting a stasis pod to help him survive? Well, the ship's engines won't be firing when he's down there. No, this shirt, I stole this shirt from Frank. Yep. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think those doors are going to exist after the launch of the Pillar of Autumn. Gonna be turned completely into dust. What kind of rocket are you building? Why such a big trench? I'm not building a rocket, I'm building a spaceship. Matt. I actually looked into this a little bit, Sea Kraken. The flame trench is actually not for the main engines. The flame trench is just for the boosters. See? And the door is on an axial vector to the thrust. So, should be alright. Might be alright. Who knows? Generally, you don't put stuff in the flame trench that's not just the trench itself. See? This thing maneuvers it out of the dry dock, and then they blast the engines out over an open field. Oh, that's still cool, man. Still cool. That's still cool. Still cool. Still cool. It's synergy that it doesn't jive well with, dude. Not all tabbing. It wasn't an open field before, it is now. They're technically scrapyards. It's... The Azov shipyards in Reach are... in lore are scrapyards. Yeah, if people didn't know. Or not Azov. Azov is the Ukraine. I think it's Azod or something. I forget the name. Azov is a steel plant. Or, well, was a steel plant. Tell me all your Halo lore. I used to know a lot of it, dude, but I disregarded a lot of it for real spaceflight knowledge, so... I'm probably not the best guy to ask. I screwed up the Halcyon class. Last time somebody asked me about Halo lore, I called the Halcyon class a freighter. It's not a freighter, it's a light cruiser. Obviously. Now, a lot of people have seen up close shots of what I'm doing. Yeah, it's one of the Cold War missile blast doors, yeah. Update for people that want to see what I'm doing. That's what we're doing right here. pretty good, man. I'm amazed this game can handle this. Like, it's really not an issue completely. You know, like, I was just thinking about the scale that you can build Satisfactory. You know, like, being able to scale a build like this is unheard of in any other building game. Like, Satisfactory can really take it, man. It's pretty good. How long is the trench? 800 meters. Who's funding this project? Fix it. All right, we gotta go and make sure the top edges of those are clipped out. All this in the name of saving humanity. It's not even half the size it needs to be. The flame trench isn't as big as the ship Hellfish. The Hellfish, the ship's 1100, 1170. The flame trench is 800. Look, the trench doesn't cover the whole ship. See? It's only about 2/3 of it, which is why I made it 800. I don't know what we're gonna do about building that big transom in the front, though. I might just pretend that's not there. This thing. Yeah, the front of the ship's gonna be out there. Well, out there if we want to be really technical. Yeah, my original scale design is, even though it's right, it needs to be up here. See that rectangle way down at the bottom there? That one? That rectangle needs to be where that rectangle is. So I gotta shift the ship up by 3 octagons, so to speak. How big is the buildable world in this game? It's pretty big, Jim. My ship, the dry dock is... Okay, so the whole map is... You can see the other side of the map over there. The dry dock's probably about this. So yeah, you can build a lot, dude. This is only the beginning. Thing float, can you move the frame to get a better idea of how it will look? Yeah, well, that's one of the things we gotta do. I'm gonna build out the outsides of this after this, dudes. Then we'll... Once the primary structure for the duct work is done, then we'll do it. The goat music is very good building music, yeah. There we go. Sick. It looks awesome. Well, I'm pretty damn happy. Yeah, the back of the ship will be right there. That tower is how tall the ship is. So we got to move basically where it says 15. 15 needs to be right here. So yeah, we got some work to do. That is a hull cross section. That's what the hull is going to look like basically. We need to get a little more intricate with the dimensions here, but especially when we go to build the ship, because if we make one of those segments a little too long, it's not going to look right. Okay, next. Performance is fine. Yeah, we're totally good, dude. What, you want some of this? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's my house. I believe this is up to code. Nodders. Buildings have no physics calculations. I'm sure it helps a lot. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm thinking fill those in with pillars that go all the way down to the bottom. You could extend all the segments down. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I was thinking about this edge right here. Like, the back wall of this is probably... We'll probably rib the back wall as well. So, like, there's gonna be a huge wall right here that goes all the way up to there. Right? And when we do that, we probably should, yeah, I'll probably put ribs in on the backside for parallax, but I mean, because yeah, that's kind of a fill in the blanks type thing. We'll make the rib pattern different than that just to make it not look stupid. And then figure out our... Yeah, after we fill this all in, we'll clip... We'll move the scale model, or our scale dimensions, up. We'll start extrapolating more scale from that. And then from there, from doing scale diagrams of the hull, we'll be able to figure out exactly where everything lives. And then from there, we could get the hold down points. Basically work our way back from the frame of the ship. It's ribbed. Yeah, no, it's stronger that way. You know what I'm saying? Hey, doggos! Plates. Thanks, buddy. Rotors. Crystal meth oscillators. More rotors. Dead things. Reinforced plates. Oh, fused frames. Thank you. Good poppers. What's Skyly's favorite food is? Yes. So we have enough concrete. We have enough heavy frames. We just need the supercomputers. So what the heck do we need to make supercomputers to get the nuclear power milestone? AI limiter, high-speed connector, plastic, and computers. Hey, kid, I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. Yeah, help you, computer. I don't know nothing about the computers. My mom got one. She put a couple games on it. "72 fused frames. That's no joke. "17 AI limiters. Do we have any high-speed connectors in here? Oh, 65. What else we need? That'll make 2 supercomputers. We need 50, so we need enough for 25 of these. So 4 times 20, 25. We need 100 computers, 50 AI limiters, 75... 3 times 50, 150 high-speed connectors, and 28 times 100. I'm stupid. Why did my brain stop working there for a second? 28 times 50. Okay. 1,400 plastic. Cool. We can do that. How to become high-speed connector? Quick wire 10 cable circuit board. Didi, do not touch the computer! Didi, no! Didi, no! Sorry. What are you doing in my laboratory? Plastic and copper. Dexter's Laboratory or Ed, Ed, and Eddie? Are you asking me what that was from, or... That was from Dexter's Lab. Which is better? I like... Ooh, that's a tough choice. I probably watched Ed, Ed, and Eddie more than I watched Dexter's Lab, but they're both good. They were both good cartoons. Buttered toast. My dad has a shovel, Eddie. We'll just let that thing cook for a little while. That's my house. You dare not upset the son of a shepherd! Oh, nice. No, that's cool. Oh, let's check the Titans before we leave. Titans! Hello? Cable for me? An orange peanut for me? Huh. Well, I respect you. I actually need to put some of this away. The dogs gave us so many crystal oscillators that I don't have any space. Real they are. Cool. Got me some cable. Skaters. All right, cool. What's the next bit of business? Kill the spitter. That was the first bit of business. Yeah, let's build pillars down from there, and we'll see if we can figure the rest of the design in. Hard to say exactly where we'll clock this, but we stand in the center of this and look straight up. Yeah, we're good. Nice. You see how it unrenders stuff behind the electro shaft? I actually never noticed that until you said something, but that's still pretty damn cool. Is the idea to have nuclear production area outside the ship and fed into the ship? No. No, I wanted the ship's reactors. Super. I wanted the ship's reactors to the ship's reactor. I wanted to put the nuclear power plant inside of the ship, 2 of them, just like the ship, because the ship's twin core. If I'm remembering right. I don't know. Any Halo fans want to check me on that one? We'll fill in the top parts of the pillars for the trench later. Is the idea... All right. I know it's already huge, but build a tank farm? No. Doom, there's these ships. These ships are, it would be a gas farm, if anything, dude. The ships in Halo run off fusion. They're basically giant ion thrusters. So, if anything, we'd need a xenon gas farm. Or just Yeah, an ionized gas farm, or gas farm for ionization. You know what I'm trying to say. With this complete, you could also start to work on the train stuff. Yes. Three Mark II fusion reactors. Composite of the engine components includes three... Hold on. The composition of the engine components includes three fusion engines. The primary fusion chamber, the secondary reactor, the convection inductor, and 4 vent cores covered by manifolds. Huh. Why would you have a reactor with a fusion chamber? What are you reacting with? Reacting with emoji. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Hydrogen fusion. There's a lot of it in the Halo universe. What's the reactor for, though? I'm confused. If you're making fusion, you're making a lot of electricity. Reacts with all the tubes. Oh. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Have all the power plants in the ship, but refine the fuel outside the fuel rods and then feed it in like a fuel farm. If that's what you guys are proposing, yeah. I don't know the nuclear tree too well, but yeah, whatever. Like in this game. Have you any idea what you can do with a fusion tube? Oh, believe me, I've been told stories. I bought aluminum tubes. They tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? Cool. Thanks, Rebel. Yeah, we'll be making some good progress, dude. Don't worry. I gotta make the pillars go all the way up. So these are the seasons. These are the columns of winter. You know. You also have the sloops of summer. Yes. I'm not sure if I should fill those in yet. We'll find out. Looks cool with those cutouts. I don't know why, but it does. I believe him, yo. I don't know why, but I do. The goat music is so silly. We could take a break. We've been listening to it for like 4 hours straight. All right. That's starting to look pretty good, man. All right, so I have an idea for how we're going to do the supports for this. We'll prototype it right here, but we do need to make the pillars for the other side, and we need to make the pillars go all the way up. How about some Robert Parker? Yeah, maybe later. Are Goat and Satisfactory made by the same people? Yes, yes they are. That's why we have the Goat Simulator soundtrack. So here, check this out, dudes. How about, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're 15. Okay. It's 15, I remember now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the 8th column right there. That means right here, that's about halfway, right? So what we should do here, I just used that so I could get a marker. That's what we should do right there. First of all. And yes, somebody said it, but this absolutely does look like a stadium. It looks like the concourse in a stadium, which is pretty funny. This might be one of the craziest, yeah. So, if that's the case, that should put 7 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Cool. Equidistant spacing. Perfect. Now, let me think. You're not going to fill it all in? Exclamation point. No, drummer, I have a solution. So first of all, I couldn't even if I wanted to. There's no solid 8-meter wall shape like that, dude. So if I wanted to fill it in, it would be... It wouldn't... Trust me, it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look right, boy. Alright, let me just check it. This isn't going to be the final position for these things, but I'm just kind of trying to see how it looks. We're just trying it on for size. This ends up looking kind of like hang 'em high, though. This looks too Forerunner for me. Okay. Okay. Let's get the other pillars into place. Build up, then snap it down from the other 8-meter wall. Oh, yeah, Cirrus, that would be a way to do it, sure. I don't mind those, but I don't mind those, like, kind of 45-degree supports, but, yeah, let's do this, because at least I know I want this. I mean, dude, these ribs are gonna have to be... Like, to hold this damn structure up, like, the other one was built into rocks. But if we want to do the supports on this, and we want to make it look right, it's gonna be a lot of churning and bubbling. What's all that churning and bubbling? You call that a radar? No, sir, we call it Mr. Coffee. Care for some? Sorry, that was on your thing before. Yeah, it took me a second, dude. I was like, wait a minute. You were talking about, yeah, the 45-degree supports. Getting that last piece to snap in. I got you, man. I got you. Picking up what you're laying down. Why didn't anybody put any safety railings there? That's sick, dude. Yeah, some schmuck didn't put safety railings there. It's ridiculous. Look at that. That's awesome. Now put seats in and you have a new stadium. This is not a stadium I would want to sit in. Because when the main event happens, you probably don't want to be there. Details. Alright, how many do we have in between here? 6. This was the remnants of another idea that I wanted to try. can't tell if that's gonna clip. No. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Come on. Are hypertubes going to be used to help? Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll probably have a hypertube network, at least in this area. On the ship, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, I screwed that up. Dick, this is coming along, man. Look at that. Dude, look at the lighting. I can't believe the game just does the lighting for this in real time. I know it's like ray tracing, I get it, but frick is that impressive. It's pretty impressive, Sevi. We gotta do, remember, we gotta do all this to the other side as well. Apparently there's a car show going on at Gillette Stadium. It's Thursday. Yep. Can you blueprint this piece? We probably could, but... Yeah, we probably could, but the amount of time it would take to go over do the blueprint piece... I mean... Maybe do it when we have to go make the stuff on the other side, right? Like... Only 2 more. The inside of the trench is giving some Three Gorges Dam vibes. Yeah, okay. All right, we got one side of that figured out. Cool. Now we just got to get the last set of pillars. Or at least prototype where we want those to be. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there should be one more ridge on the end there. Yeah, okay. I mean, you don't really want that because all the flames are going to go that way. This looks like something out of Blade Runner. All right. No, Yannick, never come across that. Halo, Dan, but yeah, sure. What is this beautiful creation? Yeah, well, thank you. This is, please hold. See these ridges down here? The ducting, right? The ducting for when the engines turn on? That's what that is. Because I'm building that, and I'm putting my factory inside of it, because I don't just want to make some contemporary weird edge factory with really nice glass and coated concrete that looks like everything else that everybody's making in this game. I didn't want to do that, so I chose to make something ridiculous. It's not the Ma. Reach, Goldie. Reach. It's in dry dock. I'm gonna make the dock for it. I thought about making it crashed, but making that clip into the sand Nah, I didn't feel like doing that. We could have. We definitely, this is definitely the right color palette, right? But I chose Reach instead of Halo, you know what I mean? Yeah, this is the dock. And we've been taking scale measurements. Basically, yeah, we've been taking scale measurements. But yeah, man, that's what I'm doing. How cool would it be, the docking bays in the autumn have drones going in and out to deliver resources? That'd be pretty cool. What happens if you fall? I have a jetpack. Here. Hang on, before we fall all the way down. Yeah, and then the umbilical arms, guys, so like the umbilical hold downs, we can make that out of beams. Shouldn't be that hard. Like, we could make the whole pivoting system. I mean, obviously it won't move, but we could make it look like that. I can do that, sure. The beam work is perfect. Like, this is, I'm amazed no one's done this, to my knowledge. ODST is always forgotten, but it'll always be one of your favorite campaigns. ODST is, dude, ODST is money. I always like that, dude, because when you play ODST, you don't have any shields or anything. You're not a Spartan. You're just in ODST, which is super cool. Yeah, we could put pipes through here, Bob, exactly, for commodities, to make it look like prop lines or something. We could put resource elevators in here, no problem. Like, there's a lot, we can play with this. We can play with this a lot, which is pretty rad. I'm actually super hype on this project. So that being said, let me check something. So the spacing between the first and the second pillar is that. Now what's our spacing here? Good. Almost exact. We're like one out, which is fine. This last bit, because it's on the edge, can be a little bit, these pillars can be a little bit thicker. So that's where the next set of supports will go. You've been picking up what I've been putting down. You're a mad genius. Thanks, man. Ta. Oh, thanks. Thanks, mate. You're gonna have a called Aronson, are you? Little pot of water. Spot bother up at Elray Park. Young Arthur Wepley's been flipping hedges that don't belong to him. No luck catching them swans, then? It's just the one swan, actually. Do you think there's a limitation reason that only allowing blueprints to be made in those designers? Yeah, they did that on purpose so people don't just plop down like 1,000 freaking things all at once. But I'm gonna, when we get to that, I'm gonna probably plop down 1,000 different things all at once. Dad ate swan? Yeah. Alright. I'd have to cut into the forest a little bit here. Dan, you're telling me you've had no luck eating them swans then? It's just a one swan, actually. He's not Judge Judy and Executioner. He is. You've got to help me take him down. I think limiting blueprint size is a really awesome game dev move on their part. This will give us a good amount of biomass too. I'm actually amazed this thing didn't clip into the factory. My pre-existing. Guy's upset. Sweet, one more set. I mean, we obviously have to go up with the thing, but... Hey! Leave me alone! I'm just trying to ruin your house. Oh, you leaving? No, come on. You haven't even urinated on all of my house yet. All right, sweet. We can fill this in later, or just leave it like that. I don't know. It's just the basement. It's really gonna suck when we have to go to do this to the other side. It's gonna take some time. You know, actually probably won't. This didn't take too incredibly long. I don't think this is it's a copper, so I don't care. Okay, let's go there. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that does look pretty sick with the dunes like kind of clipping into things. I went for that same kind of aesthetic with my older factory in my pre 1.0 save. It does look pretty awesome, dude. Dude, this looks crazier and crazier every time we like look back at it. It's just okay. Oh, all right. Now what I want to do, when we go to build the floors on this thing, like it's going to have levels, right? When we go to build the levels on this, I want to figure out what the max height of a train station is and make each level so that a train station can fit. So all the resources that we need to deliver to my spaceship factory are in these side hollow areas. There's going to be one here and there's going to be one on the other side. I probably don't need all those trains, but I'm going to make it. And then the tracks can go like out there, right? And obviously you don't want to put anything right here because this is where the engines are. All right, so we can make the tracks like go down and out that way and then loop around over there and come back. And then yeah, make a main line loop. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. How will the trains go up? A hill? It's about 7 foundations high. Oh. Seven foundations high. Noted. A viaduct. A train-a-duct. Yes. Train your ducks to quack. Or something. Six fits, but the top one will clip the top of the station. 7 for full clearance based off of a 4-meter concrete foundation. Okay. What if there are no ducks, but geese? Mother of God. We don't talk about that. Alright, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So... Are you talking about that? Or are we talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then up there? Left one or right one, Doom? One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ceiling, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then ceiling? I don't think I have the materials to build one. That's why people are like, why don't you just make one? I think I have the mats on me to make it. Then ceiling, so... That one. On 3 or 3 and then go? Don't count the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 block is open air or ceiling. So the train station is that tall right there? Ah. You know what? Hold on. Screw this. I do have enough. Yeah, okay. Cool. You kept saying don't count the floor. I didn't count the floor. I didn't count the floor once. I said left is good. Okay, that would have worked. All right, so these will be the levels for this. You can place a template down, press H to hold it in place for testing. Yeah, the nudge. Yep. Okay, this last foundation is not going to be as long. Actually, it might be better to make this. Okay, we'll revisit that later. I had an idea. I'm just gonna leave basically a marker here where the end of the trench is. But we won't make it. Because I have I got a good idea for how I want to do this. Because the next rib in the trench would be on this block right here. It would be on this row, right there. So we're gonna have to do something a little different. Once again, I'm not sure why I decided to not make the trench like the full length of the ship. I'm sure there was a reason, but if there was, I forgot what it was. So. Where's a good place to find Sam? Twine, look over here. Like up in this area here. I'm not gonna say where, just in case anybody else is watching that doesn't want any spoilers. Hey, Pigeon. How you doing? Another day of EJ's gigantic scale projects. This is really starting to... It's really starting to... drive home how big this actually is. It's freaking nuts, dude. I love it. The more we build out of this, the more hype I'm getting about this project. This is absolutely nut bar territory. I love it. It's so good, man. This, I mean, for what it's worth, this is what the basement of a skyscraper looks like. It's all reinforced concrete like this, and they connect the forms here with slabs like that. That's what they're called in structural engineering. You connect it with slabs. So you have columns and you have concrete slabs. The slabs tie everything together. Basically, you're making a spider web of concrete. Well, not a spider web, but a lattice of concrete is, I think that's what it's called. So how sick is this going to be with our, realistic-ish or realistic-akin construction methods holding up a gigantic freaking pillar of autumn? It's going to be amazing. I'm really starting to get hype about this. Like, because at first I was like, but then, no. At first I was kind of wondering, like, is this thing actually gonna work? Like, I don't know if we have all the right pieces that we need to make the Autumn, but the further we got in, the further we've gotten on this, I'm like, oh yeah, no, we can do that. We have all the right pieces. You're curious about the pillar bottom. What do you want to know? Question, did you watch the Crew 9 pre-launch presser? No. The Crew 9 pre-launch press conference was during Flame Trench, Oculix. I have not watched it. I've heard the contents of that press conference, though. If you're referring to that big news, yes, I know about that. Big news? Yeah. I don't know how it got asked or whatever, but SpaceX and NASA basically said that their Dragon, as an abort contingency, if the parachutes don't work, they can use the Super Dracos for landing if they absolutely need to. Yeah, like if you have like a double parachute failure. If you have a double parachute failure, Dragon will be able to propulsively land. Which is surprising, because we thought SpaceX abandoned that a long time ago. But apparently, in non-NASA missions, they've flown that configuration with the abort motors basically ready to go. The Super Dracos ready to go during during missions, just not NASA ones. So like it's been well tested. I want to see testing so bad. Dude, me too. Me too. Yeah, I'm with you. When was the propulsive landing tested? The configuration was tested, Yannick. They never actually did a propulsive landing. It was just the config. They do know how to land stuff. You know, when you say it like that, you ain't wrong. A 1988 Bluebird toy hauler. This is on Marketplace. What the hell? I don't hate it. Oh, it's a fifth wheel. No way, dude. It's a fifth wheel. That's awesome. Dude. What the hell? I like it. I like it. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. The guy grafted the back of the bus on after 3 windows, and then that's got to be on a truck chassis, dude. That's on a semi-truck chassis, and then it can fifth wheel. That's badass, man. That's super cool. I dig it. Dude, it's a semi-truck school bus. That's awesome. Yo, that's so good, dude. You gotta be kidding me. When is the capsule's end of life? Oh, they're not even close, Cornbread. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but dude, that is awesome. And it's got a 5.9 Cummins in it. That's badass, dude. I saw it like this. I'm like, why didn't you just make it a whole school bus length? Because it's a freaking semi-truck. Oh, that's so cool. Engine has a bigger turbo. Yo, I should hit this guy up, see if he wants to trade the Coronet for that thing. Should we do it? should be like, yo. Not the Coronet? Oh, alright. Would you actually? I don't know, man, maybe. For that? Yeah, kind of. You trade it for that plus 15 Gs, yeah, right. Gotta put a jet engine on the back. I mean, I don't disagree. The 15K include the trailer? I'm not paying 15 for that thing, no. Not by itself. Away from the computer and just knew the excited noises would be about a truck. Sorry. Sorry, Pat. I like the lorries. Lorries really do it for me. Pretty awesome. Alright, you know what I want to do? We're getting up to space news here in a second. We made some excellent progress on the day. So, fellas, here's what. First of all, we're just doing this today in space news. There's no after hours because I got to be up at 6 a.m. I got to be up at 6 a.m. for the Vulcan certification mission. But after Vulcan, basically between the Vulcan cert mission launch that we're gonna watch tomorrow at 6 a.m. and the Flame Trench, which is at 5 p.m. Yeah, satisfactory all day, man. It sounds so lame when you say lorries. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because that's not the name of it, drummer. It sounds lame when you say it too. Lorry. Let's go to get the lorry. So for the lorry. What's the start time for the stream tomorrow? Probably like 5:30. You call a car and a lorry a truck. What? Semi-truck. Do you have a Discord channel? Swamper, yeah. Exclamation point Discord in chat. Drummer's got you. This is how tall the ship is, by the way. Yeah, we get you think the flame trench is that trench is big, the ship's gonna be even bigger. That's pretty neat. Look at that. That's just 2 days of work, man. 2 days of work. Easy peasy. I love the new skate park. Can I see my oil from here? You bet your bottom dollar we can. Why are the pipes rendering, but not the machines? Man, that's a long way away. Would making the ribs a bit darker add contrast to it? I think the lighting does that just fine. Honestly, yeah. It's the perfect amount of parallax, dude, for what I'm trying to do. You gotta remember, Doom, that the shadow of the ship is going to be there. So, the lighting will give you contrast. The shadow of the ship being there will make it look like that. See what I'm talking about? True, true, true. Went to school for environment modeling. Actually, I think per Let's Game It Out, you can go higher than that. I'm pretty sure you can go up there somewhere. Which is good, because we got to go probably about another 200 meters that way to offset the ship. You can go much higher than this. Cool. He went almost to that top part? Yeah. I watched that Let's Game It Out video last night, dude. That's bro, I was struggling. I was struggling looking at it. I was struggling. Like, me, nice, clean, aesthetic is just, it's funny, man. It makes me laugh. But I'm like, ow. It's pretty funny, though, dude. Yeah, he's a madman. It's awesome. I thought it was great. I'm like, damn, dude, that's pretty good. It's pretty funny. It's like the complete opposite of how I build, which is pretty cool. It's cool to see it. You love to see it. Love to see it. All right. Maybe Aquix. I mean, yeah, I'll think about it. I think about it. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of room for trains here. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of room. So, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty poggies. At least you won't need Captain Key's neural interface to turn the ship on. That was a icky mission. Part reminds you of a football stadium. It does, yeah. Hitco, right? It definitely does. Right now, yeah, it looks like a stadium. It looks like the backside of a stadium. All right, let's just finish up all the abutments here. Crazy. Yeah, these floors are all going to be filled in. The idea is train tracks. So what I'm thinking is we have kind of 3 columns to work with. You have here where we could fit another train. Right, so we could have a train hub right here, right? And then in the center could be resource elevators that go up to the ship umbilical arms, and then the outside you could have more trains. And then the very outside could be the hub route. Yeah, I like that idea. Are you doing both sides with trains? Yeah. I don't think we necessarily need to, Hermit, but I think this is more than enough room for what we're trying to do, but what game is this? This is Satisfactory. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. Look at our concrete factory compared to this. Concrete factory could fit inside of one of the cells for this thing. Thank you, sir. Yeah, no problem. Titans? But yeah, today's stream is going to be a little bit shorter than my regular one. We're not going to do after hours because I got to get up in the morning. But tomorrow, we have a lot more plastic. We have a lot more Satisfactory to do. Turbo motors again. Thank you. How many of those we got? 35 turbo motors? 36 turbo motors. All right. Thank you, Titans. All right, let's drop off all we grabbed from the Titans. And then we can... leaves and wood because we chopped down some of those plants. Oh. Biomass me, let's go. Are we racing tomorrow night? No, Geek. I already told Max. No racing this week. Ernok's gonna be here. Actually, Ernok should be here, like, right now. Yeah. Yeah, I hate not to do racing 2 weeks in a row, but racing will be back next week. He's 5 minutes out. They're gonna do some real racing. Hey guys, can I test one thing real quick before we log out here? I need to get up there. I was thinking, like, instead of just putting a big flat fascia right here, we could go angled off the end. Like we could use 8-meter walls off the very end of this thing, because I'm pretty sure we have all the... yeah, see? Do we have the opposite of that? Yes, we do. Alright, cool. Just go up here real quick. I just need to see where we end up.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yep. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Yeah, that'll look good. Cool. Dude, you can see the biomass moving on the belts from up here. See it? Are we saturated yet? No, not yet. Oh, there we go. About there. Enhance. Enhance. Suddenly, this looks like Dyson Sphere program. When you first saw the flame trench, were you blinded by its majesty? Blinded? Paralyzed? Dumbstruck? Nice. Yet you allowed the humans to get onto the sacred ring and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps. So, Pythos, what you're trying to tell us is that hashtag the Arbiter did nothing wrong? Hashtag Arbiter did nothing wrong? The Arbiter did nothing wrong! Leave the Arbiter alone! Leave him alone! Look at this Reddit post. This is pretty Halo looking. Okay. Yeah, we can nail the aesthetic. There's no doubt in my mind, Doom. The more I think about this, the more I'm sure we can make stuff. You can make the Halo palette is doable with Satisfactory's vast expanse of parts. The tube launcher design is sick. I like it. I think that's pretty cool. How many factories do you have now? The same one I've always had. It's just down there. See it over there? I'm just building pillars here. Yeah, okay. You have the carbon black and unpainted swatch, right? Yeah. Yaman. Oh, yeah, drummer, I can make it. We can make it work, dude. Also, I'm gonna have the back of the flame trench angled down like this, dude. And then we'll make diagonal doors and the trains will go in. It'll look cool. It'll end up looking like, hang on. It'll have the same vibes as this. Forgive the potato picture. Yeah. Only reverse it. Yeah. No, especially if I type in a location, drummer. Chrome just really wants to let me know that they know where I live. I really appreciate that. Not. Thank you for letting me know where I live. I know where I live. You don't need to tell me. Okay, guys. Yeah. So once again, this is a little bit of a shorter Satisfactory stream. Tomorrow is going to be probably, yeah, 10 to 11 hours of Satisfactory, then Flame Trench. We're going to start... Stream starts at 5:30 a.m. because of the Vulcan Cert 2 mission. Let's go see what Titans... Let's go see if the Titans need anything. Actually, you know what? We'll wait till the next time. Big progress again today. Alright, so... Give me 1 second. We'll start Space News at, half past like we've been doing. And we'll go from there. Let me change the titles up on the stream. We will do the Space and Rocket Review. Okay, give me 1 second. I will be back in a jiffy. All right, let's get this going. Deep Space Laser Communications transmitted its second video. All right, sweet. Nice. 2 new Explorer mission proposals selected. All right, give me a second here to compile up all these links. All right, we have some Starship stuff here. What else we got? What else we got? Okay, transfer the NASA stuff there. Oop. That's me, don't worry. Always move the links between the computers because we're on 2 different computers. Eric put out an article today on Cleod. Oh boy. Dragon landing mentioned.
Turn data with us.
Okay, got that. All right, got that here. Now I'm here. Main screen turn on.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I think my question's probably for Gerst as well. Can you talk about... Hi, thanks for taking my question. I think my question's probably for Gerst as well.
Okay, cool. There we go. All right, let me just back that up there. Did you get all yours or do you need to resend them? I didn't see any links from you. Oh, I got the one from Mary there. Oh, those things. Yeah. And we have an update on XB1. XB1. Oh, there's yours. Oh, God. Okay. All right, I had to scroll up a little ways in the chat. Oh, that's a lot of links. Anyway, I just pigged out. Brimo bought pizza. Arnok is in fact here. No, you can't speak to him. I think. I mean, you could. Want to. Oh, this is going to take some time to sort through. Crap. Yeah, we got to organize all this. Yowzers. He's busy. All right. Okay, let me just organize all of this. I will move Starship stuff with other Starship stuff. We'll try to keep the NASA stuff all together. That's more Starship stuff. All right, that goes there. We'll do the quick news up at the front. Then propulsive landing Dragon. That's a longer thing to explain. Yeah, we'll do the Dragon propulsive landing thing over there. Starship on the tail end. Booster 14 is at Massey's per Starship Gazer. All right. Okay, so hopefully no super ranty bits today. I, in fact, will not be looking at an Ars article today, I don't think. Ernok also brought me liquid bread in a can. That's a bottle. Shh. 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 Where's the Sierra Space Link? Okay, okay, I have that. That's in there. Sweet. All right. Shall we jump in to the space news? All right, here we go. So, the launch weather officer at ULA, from Space Force Delta 45, Brian Belson, the meteor predicts that there's an 80% chance of acceptable conditions for Friday morning's Vulcan rocket on the CERT-2 mission. This 3-hour launch window opens up at 6 a.m. We will be here for that. That's why there's no after hours tonight, guys. I will be here at probably about 5:30. That means I got to get up at 5, which means we're shortening space news. Don't worry, after the Vulcan certification mission, we play Satisfactory until the flame trench. So that's a good 9 to 10 hours of Satisfactory. It will be most satisfactory. A lot of things to figure out with the trench in Satisfactory, and then moving the ship up and stuff. Yeah. The trench being at least pretty complete by tomorrow should, yeah, that would make it, I'd say would be pretty worthwhile at that point. So I want to get it at least finished. Well, at least close to finished. Let me put it like that. Anyway, yeah, that's what's going on. So, yep, 80% go for Vulcan tomorrow. Okay, next bit of news. So this is coming from Sierra Space. They've been awarded a contract from the Air Force Research Laboratory RIGL program to study scaling our Sierra Space Ghost decelerator to accommodate up to 5 or 10 metric tons. The goal, deliver a shipping container from space anywhere in the world in 90 minutes. What? You know, we were talking about ODST a second ago.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We were talking about Halo ODST. That looks, that looks to be about 5 tons. Fanta got gifted a sub from Nova Raptor. Right on. Gives Prime Day a whole new meaning. That would be really useful in events like the recent hurricane. Yeah. Could we possibly make any more noise? Well, I guess so. So that's pretty cool. The Air Force Research Lab is looking to make deployable heat shields. That's the shuttle landing facility, guys, for what it's worth. That's the SLF. That's where they are. That's at Kennedy Space Center, which is pretty cool. All right, sweet. Next bit. This is a video from JPL. NASA Laser Communications Experiment beams second video from deep space. All right. Please stand by.
This is a test. This is a test. This is a test.
Herb.
This is a test.
Belly. You're in my belly. I wonder if it's a test.
This is a test.
Nah, I don't think it is. So that's the video that they beamed around. Where did they beam this sucker from? The ultra-high definition video depicting scenes from Earth and space was streamed via laser from deep space by NASA. It was part of the agency's technology demonstration known as Deep Space Optical Communications, DSOC. DSOC's got them. which is attached to the Psyche spacecraft that launched last October and is headed toward the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. The 45-second video was transmitted June 24th, 2024, with other test data when Psyche was about 240 million miles from Earth, more than 2.5 times the distance between our planet and the Sun, so 2.5 AU. Got it. This is one of 2 UHD videos that were loaded into the spacecraft before launch. The first UHD video was beamed from deep space on December 11th, 2023, and featured a cat named Taters chasing a red laser pointer for 15 seconds. Cool. How long did it take? The taters is cool. Tater tots are cool. So yeah, NASA beamed stuff from Psyche back here. That's pretty rad. The first deep space optical communication was a cat. Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, cool. Freaking space lasers. Arm the laser. Screen is clipping a little bit. There we go. All right, so NASA establishes new class of astrophysics missions. Selects studies. Okay. 2 proposals for missions to observe X-ray and far-infrared wavelengths of light from space were selected by NASA for additional review, the agency announced Thursday. Each proposal team will receive $5 million to conduct a 12-month mission concept study. After detailed evaluation of those studies, NASA expects to select one concept in 2026 to proceed with construction for launch in 2032. The resulting mission will become the first in a new class of NASA astrophysics missions with the agency's long-standing Explorers program. The new mission class, Probe Explorers, will fill a gap. Will fill a gap between flagship and smaller scale missions in NASA's exploration of the secrets of the universe. NASA's Explorers program brings out some of the most creative ideas for missions that has helped us reveal the unknown about our universe. Establishing this new line of missions, the largest our astrophysics program has ever completed, has taken that creativity to new heights, said Nicola Fox, the Associate Administrator, Science Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington. Both of the selected concepts could enable groundbreaking science responsive to the top astrophysics priorities of the decade, develop key technologies for future flagship missions, and offer opportunities for the entire community to use the new observatory for the benefit of all. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine's 2020 Decadal Survey, Pathways to Discovery in Astronomy and Astrophysics for the 2020s, recommended NASA establish this new mission class, with the first mission observing either X-ray or far-infrared wavelengths of light. Mission costs for the new Probe Explorers are capped out at $1 billion each, not including the cost of the rocket, launch services, or any contributions. Well, why would you do? Never mind. Not including the cost of the rocket launch services or any contributions. Okay. And what happens when it does a Viper and goes over budget? We going to cancel it too? Sorry. NASA evaluated Probe Explorers' proposals based on their scientific merit in alignment with the Decadal Survey's recommendations, feasibility of development plans, and use of technologies that could support the development of future large missions. The selected proposals are Advanced X-ray Imaging Satellite, Probe Far Infrared Mission for Astrophysics, and that's it. We just build it and sell it to others to use. Epic plan! You seem bitter about Viper. Yeah. Yeah. Capping costs on missions you don't know how to do. All right. Great. Sure that won't end poorly. Like it's ended poorly every single time we've done it. Anyway. moving on. So, XB1 update. This is coming from Blake Scholl. The flutter system is repaired, reinstalled. Nice. Flutter system is repaired, reinstalled, and passed ground tests. Weather is looking good for Flight 5 by the end of next week, which we expect to include a new top speed. This is referring to the XB1, which is Boom Supersonic's prototype. Prototype aircraft. Yes. That's cool. It has a flutter prevention system on it. So in case anybody's wondering what's flutter, it's basically when your wings on an airplane start to flap like this. Think about like if you took a flag on a stick and were driving down the road in a car and you stuck the flag out the window, the flag's going to flutter like crazy. Under certain conditions, wings can do that. Wings will just flutter out of control. And when your wings are flapping and you're not in an ornithopter from Dune, it usually ends poorly. So the XB1 has a system in place to prevent that from happening. I'm not too sure of the details on this particular plane, but yeah. I'm not entirely sure how that all works. I'd have to go look, but yeah, that they are doing a lot of tests with the XB1, which is super cool. That is a prototype, low-cost supersonic airplane. So that little thing will be able to go past Mach 1, and it's a test for them building Overture, which will be an actual supersonic transport. Kind of like maybe a 787 sized supersonic transporter. The whole idea of Boom is to do with supersonic transports what SpaceX did with reusable rockets. Part of the reason why why Concorde stopped flying, for instance, is because it's military derived tech and it was extremely expensive to maintain it. The engines particularly were very, very temperamental. As good as the Olympus engine is, it's quite good. But yeah, Boom is trying to use off-the-shelf components to make supersonic transporters so they can bring the cost down. Yeah, because once again, the maintenance was the high cost. The other thing to tackle with supersonic transports would be the sound. But NASA's trying to work on that with their X-59 program. So good stuff coming from Boom. A lot of flight tests. On Flight 4, the XB1 did 0.6 Mach, which is pretty good. And hopefully they'll break the sound barrier sooner rather than later. But you have to take incremental steps. You don't want to just try to give it the beans and then have a wing flutter off, for instance, going Mach 1. That would be bad. I don't think I need to say why you wouldn't want that. How's the X-59 doing? I haven't really heard much about it since its debut, Willie, which means either the project is going really, really fine, really well, or really bad. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. This one's coming from Gateway Lunar Space Station. Saluti da Torino. Gateway's Habitation and Logistics Outpost completed static load testing in Turin, Italy. With this phase of stress testing complete, Halo is one step closer to final outfitting by Northrop Grumman ahead of the launch to lunar orbit. That's the Habitation and Logistics Outpost, which is one of the Gateway modules. The Gateway module that has the people inside. Note the two radial docking ports on the sides. That thing's tiny. Looks like they remembered the wire harness this time. So that's cool. All right. Okay, this one's coming from Joseph Aschbacher, who is the... Aschbacher, excuse me. I can't say his name correctly. He's the ESA Director General. So today, the redesigned Zafiro 40 solid rocket motor which serves as the second stage of the Vega C rocket, was successfully ignited for the second time, completing the qualification tests from the improved engine nozzle design of the Zafiro 40. While the initial test in May was conducted under high operating pressure with a short burn time, today's test was carried out at a low operating pressure and had a longer burn duration. Today's successful testing signifies that Vega C is on track for launch by the end of 2024. So, the Zafiro 40 is the second stage for Vega C. They went to launch Vega C, and the P120C, the first stage, went fine. They went to fire the Zafiro 40, and the nozzle exploded halfway through ignition. Halfway through the burn, the whole back of the SRB casing decided to ablate itself. As a note, Boom wants to induce flutter to test the vehicle. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, yeah, how you going to test a flutter prevention system, right? Like, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So, yeah, that's not ideal. So they went to test another Zafiro 40 on the test stand, and that too exploded. So that's good. It's interesting that he didn't mention that they did a full duration burn here. He just said that high operating pressure, short burn. Today's test was carried out at a low operating pressure and had a longer burn duration. Why don't you just test it how you fly it? Genuine question. Why don't you just test how you fly? A question. Cost? ESA's launcher's having problems? Oh no! Anyway. Why wouldn't you just... Why would you... I mean, those are good tests, but your final qualification should be an exact... shouldn't that be an exact flight trajectory? Like, why would you do anything but that? I don't know, Christian, because people are idiots. Anyway, I'm sure there's more to it than what he's saying, but anyway, next bit of news. Some pretty good stuff. So, this morning, here comes the sun. Do, da, da, da. Yeah, that's the two different bands. I know. Hours before the sunrise, exploration ground system teams began transporting the nearly 400-foot tall 40-story building, for what it's worth. Mobile Launcher 1. Beginning work at midnight from Launch Complex 39B. Teams ended today's operation just outside of High Bay 3, the vehicle assembly building, and resumed transportation into the High Bay later. Impressive. Very nice. Sweet. And LSR over at NASA Spaceflight got some video of that happening here. That's pretty sweet. Hope the elevator doors are reinforced. I have it on good authority, Thomas, that it is. Don't ask me how I know that information. Spoiler alert, I know people that work on the thing. But, yeah. That's what's going on. You see the Starship Tower and 39A over there doing its thing. All the lights are on at 39A because they're reconfiguring it for Falcon Heavy for the Europa Clipper mission. Bam, 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 spa ba ba bum, ba 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 bum, spa ba ba bum, ba 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 bum. Get the frick up. Bum, 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 bum. Simon Says, get the frick up. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry. Sorry, anytime a big piece of rocket infrastructure moves around, I always just think of that. Throw your rockets to the sky. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's super cool, man. You know, you don't know the scale of this thing until you
March made my lawyers
kind of see one up close. It is not a small piece of equipment by any means. I think we need more handmade EJ the DJ soundtracks.
Discovery,
Oh
go and
gosh.
throttle up.
Can you rap? Yo MTV raps. Did you watch Godzilla Kong New Empire? No. I stopped watching Godzilla movies in 2000 when Godzilla 2000 came out, and I decided as a 12-year-old that they made too many Godzilla movies. And then they proceeded to make a bunch more after that.
Discovery,
All right.
go and throttle up.
Yeah, here's more video from NASA of the mobile lawn chair. Hey, did you hear about Starship? Yes, I have heard about Starship, the stainless steel rocket that SpaceX is working on in Boca Chica. I've heard about it, yes, if that's what you're asking. I think you're missing some pieces here, like the big orange thing that's supposed to be there. Actually, I think Godzilla 2000 came out in 1998, if I'm remembering right, but... Cool, just wanted to make sure you knew what's up. Starship? Yeah, Jefferson Starship, man. This is NASA's new stealth rocket. You can see it's right there. 99 in Japan. It's pretty sick, man. Man, that thing's big. Pretty cool. Did you watch Godzilla -1? It was really good. No, I didn't. They did some slide wire basket tests a little while back, Mick, yeah. I don't know, NG. I don't know. I haven't watched a Godzilla movie in 20 years, okay? You can tell by where the rocket goes by where it isn't. Yeah. Is one of those things on the bottom falling over? No, they're tilted inwards. Those things on the bottom of our core are tail service mass carriers. The tail service mass are just they're called tail service mass, TSMs for short. There's two of them. This is where they fill up the big orange core stage with liquid fuel and oxidizer. Inside of the tail service mass is the tail service mass carrier and the tail service mass carrier umbilical plate. Basically, the interfacing ports, the fuel hoses for the vehicle. Yep. You know, I often think, man, I really wish someone would remake that classic movie, but make it worse. Yeah. No, that's something that, it's something that happens all the time. Yeah, those things are supposed to be tilted in. The reason why is because the booster is cylindric. So if you kind of look, they're kind of inward like this because the circle of the booster will be right there. So they point radially so that the tail service mass carrier umbilical plate can actually be flush to the vehicle. Over here, those are HVAC lines, the white air conditioning for the vehicle and for components on this. There's the elevator shaft right there. You have your forward skirt has gas umbilical right there. That's the LOX vent umbilical. arm right there, and then on top of that you have the ICPSU, which is kind of plus T-shaped almost, like it pivots right here and then it moves into position here. The ICPSU is for SLS's upper stage, the ICPS. It's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. And then on top of that up here, you have the crew access arm. Let's see if we can get a better shot of that TSMU. Yeah, see where the lines look like a Tetris piece right there? That's the liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer lines. Actually, one of them is a hydrogen vent line. The lines are next to each other. The vent line's on top because you need to vent hydrogen. You need to bring hydrogen to a purge flame. So there needs to be a recirculation line for the hydrogen on the stage. And that's kind of what that does down there. So you have two hydrogen recirculation lines, and they both lead to a purge flame that's out at 39B that's lit when the rocket's fueled. The reason why is if you don't, a lot of the hydrogen pushing through here some of it will, because the cryogenic propellant, so the liquid hydrogen is boiling when you move it. Because of that, it's always going to create hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas will go where it wants to if you don't give it a place to burn off. It'll go wherever it wants to, and it'll find a source of ignition, and it'll blow up not where you want it. Like Hindenburg. Yeah, like the Hindenburg. Yeah, hydrogen gas will find something to explode with. If you don't give it a place to explode, it'll find one for you. You see the slide wire baskets? Not hooked up right now because the launcher's moving, but the slide wires for the slide wire baskets are over there. They would go this way off the side, which is pretty cool. Pretty neat. Neato burrito, man. Such an awesome piece of infrastructure. We should build more of them. Wait. Yeah, I stand by it. And yeah, this thing goes inside of that one. This thing will go switch into high bay 3 right there. Should build 3 of them, or at least 2. Don't get started on ML2. Yeah, good stuff, man. All right, so this next bit, guys, isn't necessarily new news. This happened last week during the Flame Trench. I forgot to cover it in the other space news that we did this week. But the Dragon capsule, this was mentioned during the Crew 9 press conference. So here, I just want to, I have a little bit of timestamp parts of the press conference. Once again, we didn't listen to the press conference because it was during Flame Trench. So I was probably talking about something other than this. But here, listen to this. See what you make of this. It has to do with Dragon propulsive landings, which is something we thought was not going to happen. But here, listen.
A couple other unique things I'll mention. Capabilities of the Dragon vehicle. We have a unique capability for the first time on Crew 8 and Crew 9. It's an emergency contingency capability for landing where if the main parachutes were all to fail, the Super Draco thrusters will fire right before the vehicle would make contact with the water, and then it would be an emergency configuration to save the crew on a really bad day. So that's enabled and going to fly for the first time on Crew 8. And then for Crew 8, we also extended our capability. You know, we have a 210-day certified limit of Dragon, which is about October 1st for this, and we've extended that out by 30 days. So we had to go through and look at the windows, the structure, all the rotating machinery, the avionics, the thermal protection system, the prop systems, and we went through that certification and extended it out to 240 days. We'll have a little longer handover from Crew 8 to Crew 9, and that's really to deconfigure the Crew 8 emergency return and seats for Butch and Sunny. If we could go to a graphic, we have a couple of graphics I'd like to show. The first one,
graphics.
This is what the contingency seat configuration looks like. We've posted this out on our blog site, but this is the seat that Butch and Sunny will ride on. There's some straps. It's the space station program allowed us to use some of the foam and some configuration, and this is out there for you to see. And I think we have one more shot of kind of what the normal config is. This is the normal config of the cockpit, where you see the 4 seats. The commander and pilot sit in the middle of S2 and 3, and then we have C5, C6, and C7 cargo locations. You can see bags and cargo that are typically there. That was removed on Crew 8 for the contingency configuration. So we'll take a little bit of time to deconfigure those seats. Other than that,
So, a little bit of context here. If something had gone... So, Starliner left the space station, right? Starliner left the space station, and Butch and Sonny were up there with basically no ride home. So, in case something did go wrong and Crew 8 had to plop off the station quick, they needed to give them jump seats inside of the Crew 8 Dragon. So, they took the cargo positions, the positions below the 4 main seats, right? And basically used stuff around the ISS to make seats. They made their own. And basically put the Crew 8 Dragon in the first that I know of 6-seat configuration. They never used it because Crew 9 is up there, so Butch and Sonny have their ride home, albeit in February 2025, but they do have their ride home. That's cool, man. That's what it's about. Think on your feet. They borrowed some foam and some parts from just different pieces of the ISS. They made their own damn seats. That's so cool. That's super neat. Yeah, so they would have put 2 seats down there. So yeah, when SpaceX says they could fit 7 into Dragon, they could fit 7 into Dragon. So will anybody actually ride these seats down? No. Steve Stitch just said that they needed to reconfigure it to this configuration so Crew Dragon can come down, because there's no... Why bring the seats down? Leave the seats there. Probably a good idea. Very Sigma. Oh, God. Don't do this to me. Not HD, not today. Not today, man. Maybe tomorrow. Scooby-Doo toilet ligma. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now that we have that out of the way, never do it again. Improvise, adapt, overcome. No, Scooby-Doo toilet seat in ligma space. And Butch would be without a suit on the way home. Actually, Phil, on a quick side note, crazier things have been done in space. If you guys were watching the Flame Trench post-show last week, Tom Jones, Mike Massimino, and Sid Gutierrez, I think Sid Gutierrez, I forget his name, and it kills me to say that. I'm starting to forget things. That's not cool. Anyway, they were there with Tom Jones was there with Mike and Sid, and they were talking about this book, and I realized I had this book. Believe me, there were crazier things done. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is you should get this book if you like the space shuttle. It's basically a detailed manifest of every, not a detailed manifest, but a good synopsis of every single shuttle mission. Here, I will show you my personal favorite. Well, one of my favorite pictures from the shuttle program. There's a lot. This one is definitely up there. Give me one moment. This one. Anybody know what mission? No, don't read that. Who knows? Bonus points if you could tell me who that is. I'll monitor. You are the dog, the big bad dog, the highway monitor. That's STS-120. That's Scott Parzynski. During one of the ISS assembly missions, they needed to retract the solar panel so they could move the module off to the side, because they originally put one solar panel on the ISS and then built the truss segment, right? Put one solar panel on and then took a solar panel off and put it on the other side. So, you know, the ISS has solar panels on both sides, right? When they put it out there and went to extend up the solar panel, it tore. It bound up a little bit, and part of the solar panel array tore. And they sent NASA on STS-120 sent Scott Parzynski like they put him out on the end of the space station remote manipulator system, grabbed one of the boom sensor sweeper from the shuttle, used it as a selfie stick, and they put Scott Parzynski on the end of it, and he went up and basically zip tied the solar panel array back together. Yeah. Nutty freaking mission. Read about it. It's good stuff. You could read about it in this book. It's pretty good. This is a book by Tom Jones, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, that actually reminded me. Now, has anybody ever re-entered without a suit on? Pretty much every mission before Challenger. Basically from STS-5 all the way to STS-51L, they basically flew in jumpsuits, in flight suits. Like, just blue flight suit with a helmet on. That's it. And the zip tie is still there. That's right. Mm-hmm. I thought Sandra Bullock was the record holder for the furthest out. Nah, it's George Clooney. Yeah. Pretty good stuff. Also, there was a mission where Story Musgrave, a famous NASA astronaut, known for flying on all 5 orbital space shuttles. Yep. Challenger, Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour. He flew on all 5 of them, which is pretty cool. Story Musgrave stood up. He stood up during a re-entry. Yeah, during the whole re-entry, he was just basically grabbing the seats and being like, "Yo, what up, guys?" Only time anyone has ever stood up during a re-entry. Usually during a re-entry, you keep your tray and seat back in the upright and locked position and your seatbelt securely fastened. But good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, there was a follow-up question in that press conference that has to do with the propulsive landing. So let's jump in.
In the room? No, sorry. One more on the phone. Stephen Clark, Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I think my question's probably for Gerst as well. Can you talk about the contingency capability for propulsive splashdown? I know that was a part of the original vision for Crew Dragon, and it sounds like you're bringing back some of that capability, at least in the contingency mode. How did you certify this for this mission?
Yeah, we've actually flown it on several other Dragon flights before this. This is the first time it flies on a NASA mission. The way it works is in the case where all the parachutes totally fail, this essentially fires the thrusters at the very end that essentially gives the crew a chance to land safely and essentially escape the vehicle. So it's not used in any partial conditions. We can land with one chute out, we can land with other failures in the chute system, but this is only in the case where all 4 parachutes just do not operate. In that case, the capsule detects that there's a problem and it fires essentially the Draco thrusters at the very end and then provides a tolerable landing for the crew. So it's a true deep contingency. But again, I think our philosophy is rather than have a system that you don't use, even though it's not maybe fully certified, but it gives the crew a chance to escape a really bad situation, we put that in place. And that's the way this propulsive landing system works.
See that guy right there? That's Bill Gerstenmaier. He's the Vice President of Flight Reliability at SpaceX. Before he just looks like some random dude. Bill's an aerospace engineer, and he ran the space shuttle program for a pretty long time. Ran it. So, yeah. If you look at that guy and go, he's got some real 1,000-yard stare going on. Bill knows his stuff. He's probably like the foremost expert in the world at this point on reusing spacecraft. Between Dragon and the space shuttle, that guy is a treasure trove of reusability. So if he's saying... Long story short, if Gerst is saying it's good to do, it's good to do. Yeah. No, that guy is a, once again, treasure trove of information on spacecraft reusability. It's pretty awesome. I really wish they let him go ham on the shuttle program, because he ran the shuttle program for a long time, and even he himself has said that the shuttle could have been reused. But there was so much process involved in the shuttle program in the name of safety that the process ended up driving up the costs of the vehicle to the point where the reusability didn't make sense. He said that. that was specifically regarding the space shuttle's main engines, which I always had this kind of theory about the RS-25s. When Rocketdyne, I think it was, I don't know if, I think it was still Rocketdyne at the time, but Aerojet Rocketdyne, let's just say, or whatever the previous company was when they first started making RS-25s. When they first started making RS-25s, they made them with the idea that they could be reused 55 times at the very least, and you never have a problem. You could just reuse them. I just got to dry the engine out. You're good to go. By the end of the shuttle program, they were basically taking apart the entire rocket engine and putting it back together after every flight in the name of safety. And I always thought that didn't make much sense, right? The reason why it didn't make much sense is because aerospace propulsion engineering doesn't work like that. You don't miss the mark by that much. We're going to make an engine with a stakeholder expectation that it can be flown 55 times, no problem. And then you mess up so bad that it only flies once and you have to take it apart every time. I never thought that sounded right. And Gerst basically proved that in the AR-22 program, but that's another story. Gerst always, he said basically that, yeah, the engine, taking apart the engines and putting them back together every single time actually made it less safe, even though that sounds like a more safe solution. Because you're changing the configuration on the engine. Taking it apart and putting it back together means you're basically making a new engine every time. And an RS-25, an engine that's designed to be reused and not taken apart after it's put together, if you do that every time, that would be like you driving to the grocery store with your car, driving there, getting groceries, putting it in, driving back, and then taking apart the engine before you need to go to the post office tomorrow. Which, you could just turn the key and it'll start again. I mean, starting an RS-25 is a little more complicated than that, but you get the idea. You're more likely to create an error than one fixing something that just proved that it's functional. So yeah, Bill knows what he's talking about, dude. So that's Gerst right there. And if that guy says it's good, it's good. Like, once again, that guy's the foremost expert on spacecraft reusability in the world. There's no one better. Seriously. And the reason why he has a 1,000-yard stare, I'm 100% sure, is because he had to deal with the nonsense during that nonsense during the shuttle program. Well, it's safer if we take it apart and put it back together. No, it's not. Well, it looks safer. Were there ever reliability problems with the RS-25? No. The RS-25 suffered one abort to orbit with Challenger in 1985, Fabricator. And it wasn't even the engine that had a problem. A sensor malfunctioned. The sensor broke, not the motor. So it shut it down. The computer shut it down out of an abundance of caution. I think that was STS-51F. I should get the book. Hold on. Shut up for a second. Yeah. Yep, 51F. The only mission to lose an engine on ascent. We lost the engine at 5 minutes and 45 seconds into the flight. We missed setting a transatlantic speed record by 30 seconds because if we'd lost it 30 seconds earlier, we would not have reached orbit. And would have had to abort the landing in Zaragoza, Spain. The Atlantic crossing from Florida to Spain would have taken us 37 minutes. I was happy to leave that speed record for someone else. That was from Roy Bridges, the pilot. This book's dope. I love this book. I totally forgot that I had this book. This book's the best. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yep. That's in spaceflight speak, that's called a certified pucker moment. But yeah, that was the only one, dude. Never had a problem with it. What really, so Gerst saying that thing about shuttle engines is one thing, but here, check this out. This is what sealed the deal for me. Check this program out. Look. So this was back in 2018. I remember covering this when it came out and getting really, really annoyed. You wanted a spicy space news? That was the spicy space news. So check this out. This is an NSF article written by Phil Sloss from July 20th, 2018. On July 20th. Good day for spaceflight there. Listen to this, Fabricator. Aerojet Rocketdyne successfully completed a nearly two-week-long rapid turnaround test firing demonstration of an SSME on July 6th at the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. Primarily built from hardware long in storage, the parts rebuild of the reusable engine is called the AR-22 and is being qualified for the experimental spaceplane XSP vehicle that is being designed by Boeing. That project got canceled, by the way. Also known as the Phantom Express, a key capability targeted for XSP is rapid reuse. The vehicle will be powered by a single AR-22 engine, and the goal of the test series was to demonstrate that it could be hot-fired every 24 hours for 10 consecutive days. You were at the Intrepid Talk for that last week. Nice, Hell Hydra. Dude, this book is amazing. Tom did an amazing job with this book. It's so good. They fired a shuttle engine and using off-the-shelf components from the shuttle program. So it's basically just a Block 2 SSME. They fired it 10 times in 10 days. That's not annoying at all. Definitely seems to show that the disassemblies were an abundance of misplaced caution. The reason why the shuttle didn't prove out reusability completely is because we didn't let it. That's the reason. Oh, I'm getting pissed off just thinking about it. Dude, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. I'm gonna get mad. Gerst is using all that knowledge that he obtained from the do's and don'ts of spaceflight reusability and applying it to Dragon, making it a better vehicle. So we can take solace in that. That's good. I really wish they'd done it with the damn space shuttle, but hey, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Because you know Gerst is, you know he's taking that knowledge and putting it towards Starship. You know that's happening. That's absolutely going on. So, how long were the firings? 400 seconds, I think. Hold on one second. Boop. 100 seconds. It was 100 seconds. 400 seconds is to orbit. So the demonstration test series began with a 100-second test firing in the A1 test stand on June 26th and was successfully completed on July 6th. They scored a perfect 10. It fired every time. Now, keep in mind, duration of the burn could be a problem here. That's probably why they rebuilt the engines, because, you know, we're kind of spoiled by Raptor that's out there on the test stands at McGregor doing 15-minute freaking burns. An 8-minute burn for, you know, Raptor notwithstanding, an 8-minute burn for a rocket engine is a long time. That's a long time. That's a lot of time. Think about it, dudes. The only thing that even comes close to that in burn duration is second stage burns, which, you know, depending on your propellant, can take anywhere from 6 to like 12 minutes. And that's with a higher specific impulse, lower thrust, upper stage engine most of the time. The shuttle engine is not that. It's half first stage engine, half second stage engine, and all ridiculous, right? Shuttle engines aren't that. So firing that for like a 500-second burn could get it to the point where components need to be refurbished. However, we've definitely seen NASA themselves push RS-25s on the test stand for the SLS program past 500 seconds. And they seem to be just fine, which is... This is fine. I'm just going to go outright and say it. RS-25s can be reused. They can be reused, and I bet you they could be reused as long as you dried them out. They could probably be reused just as much as Raptor engines. Nah, maybe not Raptor engines. We'll say Merlin engines and call it a day. Probably needs some downtime, but still. Doesn't hydrogen burn hotter too? It doesn't burn hotter. It burns more efficiently, Skeleton. So you might get more heat because it burns so efficiently. Yeah. That Air 22 test has the same vibes as learning that the engines on the Saturn 1B test fired after being completely submerged in salt water for hours in the early 60s to test possible reusability for the first stage by parachutes. They could have done it with an S4B or an S1B. Bill, it could have been done. It could have been done. If your plumbing is very simple, saltwater inundation is not that big of a deal. I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. It's something you should figure out. But yeah, reusability, you could do it. You could do it. I'm still traumatized by this because, like, not traumatized. That's not the right way to say it. It's one of those things where I'm like, ugh. Because I remember when I first started streaming, 2013, 2014, I was trying to reuse stuff in KSP, and that sparked all different types of conversations in chat about how reusability makes no sense. And I seriously wanted to slap every single person that said that. Like, slap them really hard. Like, of course it makes sense. The shuttle could have done it. We just didn't let it. And here I am 10 years later still saying the same thing. Whoops. No! It's like that Batman meme. No! Shut up! How long do you reckon Starship Transmuter injection burn to last? Are they really doing 15 minutes Raptor firings? At McGregor on the test stands, S-Master, yes, they are. They did a 15-minute test 2 days ago, dude. 15-minute Raptor test. That's crazy. Full flow stage combustion cycle, fully cryogenic engines. No one's ever made one burn that long, to my knowledge. Oh, God, S, don't mention him in here. Snake, it's also fuel rich. If the pre-burners were in oxidizer rich, it would have had better thrust for the same specific impulse. RS-25 just needed a larger push to fire more often and be improved as a result. Yeah, Snake, I never understood, like, with the shuttle program, this always made no sense to me, and I'll bet you it's budgetary restrictions, which, skimping on development, you know how I feel about that. We can do it. We can develop a vehicle for cheaper. No, you can't. This ain't a freaking Volkswagen Beetle, man. It's a spaceship, right? Like, no, you cannot. I don't care what you think. You cannot do that without spending billions of dollars first. You're gonna spend billions of dollars anyway, all right? They developed the space shuttle like a rocket. So yeah, put test fire at once. We're good. We never have to worry about this again. Dude, if it was up to me, the shuttle MPTA would have been doing burns every single day. I would have had the MPTA on that B2 test stand firing every single freaking day. Mimicking, this thing would be basically using I would put the test trajectory into this before I had the shuttle's test trajectory go. Like, if you were going to fly a shuttle mission tomorrow or a shuttle mission in a week, this would be doing an exact replica of the ascent on the B2 test stand. Every single day. Like, no questions asked. Like, I don't understand, you know, like, the shuttle was touted to be...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey, we can do what Apollo did for cheaper. We just need a bunch of fixed price contracts that can fail in no way at all.
Fine. It's fine. Yeah, if it was up to me, that MPTA would be firing every single day. I don't understand, like, if they wanted to tout the space shuttle as, you know, as reliable as an airliner, why didn't you test it like one? Right? Raptor seems way too complex to be a reusable engine. I think it's going to be way harder than that, like the BE4. Raptor, Ben? I don't understand what you're trying to say. They've reused Raptors on the test stand many times. What are you talking about? Not ones that have flown, but we'll get to that in a second. F1 engines, Snake, you're also saying F1 engines were designed to be reusable. 3 engines ran for over 2,000 seconds, if memory serves me right. Building a good engine just results in a reusable engine. Snake, someone ran an F1 for 2,000 seconds? That's 32 minutes straight. What? I don't believe it was continuous. Oh, you're talking about total runtime. I was going to say an F1 for 30 minutes straight? Total fire time. Okay. I was like, wait a minute here. That's super cool. I mean, total fire, that's still impressive, dude. For the 60s, for 1960s, you know how good those components needed to be machined to make an engine do that in the 60s? That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. But yeah, if it was up to me, the MPTA would have been firing pretty much every day. Doing ascent every single day. Every day. Fired every day. If I recall correctly, it was the point in the early 60s where everyone fully expected that reusable Saturn-derived vehicles would be developed at some point. That's kind of semi-spoilers for All Mankind. That's kind of where I wanted them to go with For All Mankind, but they didn't. But that's kind of where I wanted them to go with that. I wanted them to really build out in the show. I wanted them to build out the Apollo Applications program. But, you know. It's a lot of propellant for 2,000 seconds continuous. You would need 4 S1Cs worth of propellant, Snake, to do that. You would need 4 of them. Well, no, not 4. You'd need more than that. Oh, actually, let's do the math. You want to fire an F1 engine for 2,000 seconds continuously. That's 32 minutes of firing. Saturn V, the S1C has enough to keep 5 of them working for 2 minutes 30 seconds. If you were firing 1 for 2,000 seconds, yeah, you'd need 4 S1Cs worth of fuel. Remember, any unit but the metric system, okay? Any unit but the metric system. 4 S1Cs worth of fuel. I don't care how many liters that is. What the hell is a liter? I don't know what that is. A liter of cola? Speaking of that tip, do you have anything for Axiom Space today? I saw a pic from inside their HAB module. Fabricator, I shared that yesterday for Space News, dude. How many football fields? About 350. Only lunar units. Got it. I don't hate the metric system. I just like making jokes about it for what it's worth. Don't tell anybody that, okay? It's America. All right, don't tell anybody. Have you thought about how the turbos on the Raptor function? Do they have bearings? The turbo pumps, so the pre-burners, Journey. No, they don't have bearings. Seriously, no bearings. The propellant is the bearing. That's what makes Raptor so ridiculous. Raptor is derived from an Air Force Research Laboratory project called the Integrated Powerhead Demo. IPHD, or just IPD. The Integrated Powerhead Demo was an Air Force Research Laboratory project that successfully demonstrated a hydrostatic bearing. The whole entire turbine assembly is submerged. Now, why would you do this? Well, having a liquid bearing as opposed to a mechanical bearing is pretty good. That's less components for the motor. But the real benefit of a hydrostatic bearing when it comes to propulsion is shaft RPM. Shaft. Raptor, well, I don't know about Raptor. I don't know for sure. I don't know. I'm not a SpaceX propulsion engineer. If I was, I would not be streaming or telling you this. The integrated powerhead demo saw turbine speeds of 60,000 RPM. If math serves me left, I could be pulling that out of my tail. I remember reading that somewhere. 60,000 revolutions per minute. That is unheard of. The high RPM of your pre-burners basically are what allow Raptor to have that insane chamber pressure. Elon routinely says that Raptor is making 300 bar chamber pressure, which is 300 atmosphere chamber pressure. That's insane. That is insane. That's ridiculous. But the turbo pumps, the pre-burners on Raptor with their hydrostatic bearings are the reason why that can happen. Now, how does that happen? Don't know. Even if I did, probably wouldn't tell you. You know, like, yep. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. That is physics that I just genuinely don't understand. Fun fact, Raptor actually has a distant cousin. Anybody know what it is? Raptor has a distant cousin, or a distant sibling, let's say. Thomas, I knew you would know. My cousin Vinny, how'd you know? The BE4. The BE4. Yeah, you heard that right. Blue Origin. The BE4 is Raptor's distant cousin. You know why? The BE4 is derived from the integrated powerhead demo as well. Raptor and BE4 are in the same family tree of rocket engines. Just like the J2 and the RS-25 are in the same family tree of rocket engines. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I always thought that was neat. Of course I would know. I love that engine. Yep. Now, the BE4, I would like to add, is not a full flow stage combustion cycle. It's an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle, but still, cool. What about ZK2? Who cares? Darn, I thought I was cooking. RD270. If you really want to trace the roots back, Snakey, sure. If you really, I mean, for methylox development, sure. All methane engines can trace their roots to the 270 in some way, shape, or form, right? You guys want to hear another one? The Merlin engine. The Merlin engine has two basically design cues that it can trace its roots back to. The Merlin engine's fuel pump delivery system was part of I think NASA's Fast Track program, if I'm remembering right. And what Fast Track was a way of making a simpler turbopump. Yeah. SpaceX lifted that tech from NASA and attached it to a rocket engine with components derived from the Lunar Module Descent Engine, the LMDE. Yes, you heard that right. The Merlin engine can trace its roots to the Grumman lunar lander from the Apollo program, specifically the LMDE, the Lunar Module Descent Engine. Do you know why? The Lunar Module Descent Engine uses a radial fuel injector. So the fuel, as opposed to an axial fuel injection plate, on a regular rocket engine, like an F1, for instance, you're delivering fuel on the axial vector of thrust. So basically, the boom is going that way. You deliver fuel in the same direction as the boom boom. Okay? Technical terms. On the LMDE, which was designed by TRW, might I add. That's important. Remember that later, TRW. You spray the fuel sideways. This fuel is sprayed radially relative to your main jet, is what it's called. Where the boom boom goes. Okay? All right. Full flow hypergolic. Yeah, Snake. Yeah, good. So, the Merlin engine can trace its roots to the LMDE from TRW. Yes. The reason why. Why do you want to deliver your fuel that way? Throttleability, so you can land, obviously. The LMDE engine, very throttleable, so you could do a propulsive landing on a celestial body. The Merlin engine, same idea, different celestial body, but the same exact idea. Deep throttleability. When you deliver your fuel sideways, you can sustain your combustion chamber pressure at lower throttles, as opposed to an axial fuel injector, or an axial injector plate. Pretty cool, huh? Yep. Does anybody know who designed the Merlin engine? Chief designer for the Merlin engine? Tom Mueller, the guy by the name of Tom Mueller. You know where he worked before SpaceX? TRW. The more you know. I don't know, Hellfish. I have no idea. EJ only knows that because Primo told. Be quiet. Well, they contract the same company to make a turbopump like the Fast Track one. Then it wasn't good enough, and then they made their own modification. Yeah. Did the Falcon 9 have a second stage engine misfire during re-entry? On Crew 9, yes. Falcon 9 is actually grounded right now, for the people that don't know. Radial inwards or radial outwards? What do you think, Yannick? Serious, what do you think? Do rocket engines create implosions or explosions? It's an honest question. It's a very straightforward question. Are rockets imploding things or are they exploding things? I did see it, Fabricator, and I'm like, damn, that's cool. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Tom is also a very big car connoisseur. I don't know him personally, but he likes cars too. His car collection is a little more expensive than my car collection, let's say. Thompson, Remo, and Wooldridge. TRW. Exploding. That's right, Yannick. So which way? Out. Yep. Pintle injectors are what they're called. Yeah, I would have studied if I knew there would have been a test. You should know this. Alamander, geez. EJ doesn't know turbo pumps free fast track. Got it. That's the conclusion that you drew? How many brain cells did that take, Hellfish? 3? Oh, yeah, I know. You don't have high bandwidth. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, so good stuff, dudes. Good stuff. Little bit about give me 1 second. All right. So by moon units, do you mean this? Yeah, yes. Yes, I do. I think personally the best engine for rapid reuse with my drastically limited knowledge is a stage combustion hydrogen multi-stage engine that runs oxidizer rich, but not too extremely, if that makes sense. Yeah, that might be great for rapid reuse, but you also... Hydrolox stage combustion. Hydrolox full flow stage combustion? Aerodynamics? So shuttle engine. Or is shuttle engine's fuel rich? You want a full flow hydrolox stage combustion? That's only the most complicated engine design that could probably muster at this point. Dang it, now I have a negative brain cell count after that algebra problem yesterday. Oh, sorry, man. My bad. If you smell burnt toast, you should probably go and see somebody. Fun fact, Northrop sued SpaceX for the use of the injectors. It was later dropped. Yep. Semi-off-topic question. Semi-off-topic question is going to be the name of my progressive rock band, Bill, that I'm not starting. You're a bit curious. You've said a couple of times that a hypergolic lander would be a good idea. Are hypergolics actually more reliable or more technologically mature than cryogenics at this point? We've flown thousands of cryogenic engines with very few failures over the last decades, but I can't even remember the last time a second stage used hypergols for stuff other than RCS. Surely an RL-10 is more reliable than a clean sheet designed hypergolic engine. Great question. Super good question, actually. What spacecraft that have gone beyond low Earth orbit, what fuel have they used? The Apollo CSM. Monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. The lunar lander, same thing. There's a reason for this, Bill. Hypergolics don't really offer you much in the way of reuse. Why? You're not finding hypergolics on the moon. If you are, then we got a big problem. Our understanding of the universe is fundamentally flawed if someone just found some hypergolic propellants just chilling on the moon. They need to be synthesized. They need to be manufactured, right? However, you're right. We've been using fully cryogenic stuff for a really long time, going back to before the Apollo program. Here's the problem. Boil off. Boil off is your issue here. Now, ULA on CERT 2 tomorrow will demonstrate a long-duration Centaur mission, which could show significant boil-off mitigation. And I don't know if you knew this, Bill, but RL-10s were not designed as an upper stage engine, first off. RL-10s were designed as a lunar landing engine. Not a lot of people know that. Seriously, the reason why the RL-10 exists is because somebody was trying to design an engine that's really, really throttleable, and expander cycles are very throttleable because of, well, physics. The RL-10 was made for a lunar lander. True story. Now, boil off is the problem. Even if you're on the highest of the high energy transfers to the moon, it's still going to take 3 days to get out there, right? Hypergolic propellants are stable for long duration periods. That's why Dragon's RCS, when we see Crew 8 come back down, you'll see Dragon's RCS firing. It wasn't refueled on the ISS. It was launched 6 months ago. Hypergolics are good for long duration missions. That's why I said yesterday, this is already like what NASA should do. NASA needs their own hypergolic lander because you got to go with what you know. There have been many studies on using cryogenic engines for ascent. Oh, absolutely. But we know next to nothing about using cryogenics beyond low Earth orbit other than deep space probe insertion missions. In which case, you're not doing a restart in deep space of your stage. The closest thing to come to that would probably be ULA with their Centaur 3 doing a geostationary orbit insertion, a straight geo insertion, which at the very least is going to require a 6-hour coast, not a 3-day coast. Does that make sense? You got to go with what you know, dude. You got to start somewhere. Look, man, we are already, choosing to go back to the moon is already a hard task. You have to start where you left off because that's the simplest way of doing it. The plumbing on a hypergolic system is way simpler, way easy to test, way more reliable than a cryogenic motor would ever be because of the boil off. You try to fire a cryogenic engine and your propellants boil off too much, you're going to ingest ullage. And if you ingest ullage, the engine blows up. Just like Starship. Do you remember when they were doing SN10, SN11? Well, we didn't see it. Well, you kind of saw the end result of what happens when you ingest something that's not liquid fuel into a liquid fuel engine. With SN11, you saw the end result of that. Remember the engines from Starship when it was doing that belly flop? The engines would, the plume would turn green and the engine would just blow up and then the thing would crash into the ground like what SN9 did. If that happens with your cryogenic engine, it does that in space. You don't want to Apollo 13 yourself. That would be like with your propulsion. That would be a big mistake. Non-binary, how are you? How's things? Right? So that's why I say, look, man, I'm not necessarily against us using cryogenic stuff for landing, but I do believe that if NASA, I think NASA does it as a country, particularly the Congress and stuff, they need to understand the urgency here. You need to understand the urgency that, look, China has lunar aspirations, man. Do you want us to cede them? Do you want us to cede the moon to them? Because this won't be like the Soviet Union, man. This won't be like the Soviet Union where they launched somebody into a probe and a person into space before us, and then we overcame that with landing on the moon, right? Where do you go from there? Mars, right? So we could duplicate, we'd have to duplicate, elaborate, and then send somebody to Mars. But that's the thing, dude. Like, do you really want to do that? I think that we should go with what we know for the moon, relearn how to work in deep space, right? And then use SLS's architecture with Starship and with SLD to establish a nice, healthy commercial, healthy lunar program, and then move it over to commercial for transport services to and from the moon, and then use that same SLS architecture to do flybys to Venus and Mars. And then you have a hypergolic lander that has enough delta V to land pretty much wherever. You can, if you designed it this way from the start, you could design it to fly with or without a heat shield, right? And now all of a sudden you have a Mars descent vehicle, right? At least for landing components down on the surface. it all can be adapted. And if you base it around hypergulls, yes, hypergulls are not the most sustainable thing because you can't mine for them on Mars. But that's where you have the commercial programs backing you up in that regard. See what I'm saying? NASA needs to lead the way. You know what I'm saying? Not SpaceX. That doesn't make any sense. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a SpaceX detractor by any means. I personally think NASA's coming to a crossroads, and if SpaceX can finally get to the point where they have more capability and more dexterity in space than NASA, which is arguable that they already do have that, then I think NASA has to take a good long look in the mirror, but that's another story. Your long-term mission architecture would have cryogenics, but the best way to get there fast is using something reliable like a pressure-fed lander that uses storables as propellant. Bingo. Because think about it like this. Do you think China gives a frick what fuel they use to get to the moon? Do you think they care? They do not give a frick. They just want to get there. And in order for us, I think, to kind of move to that cryogenic stuff first, right? Or for us to get to that cryogenic stuff where we can be more sustainable on the moon, you got to get there first, dude. You got to get there first. Think about it like when European explorers first explored the New World. You think about Columbus. You think about the Pilgrims, stuff like that. They came across in a sailboat, right? You got to get there. That was the way to get there because that's how you got there. Is that how we still move stuff across the ocean nowadays? No, not even 100 years after. Not even 300 years after that happened, we already had better ways to do it, right? A steamship, and then a diesel ship, and then a heavy oil steamship. You know, like there's better ways to do it, but first you got to do it the simplest way, right? See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So in the best space worldview, would NASA become the FAA? Samba, if NASA ends up becoming a regulatory body, it will be the end of NASA as we know it. And the reason why is because engineers and scientists don't want to work for a regulatory body. Simple as that. It's true. Engineers and scientists want to be the ones solving these problems, not the one delegating that work to other people. Engineers don't want to do that. What is this? 66 Corvair. Oh, nice. That's a Chevy I would drive. I love Corvairs. Fuck, I love them. Awesome car. Flat six. Put a turbo, dude. It came turbo flat six from the factory in 1963. Give me a freaking break, dude. And then safety regulates. It's unsafe. It's unsafe. It's unsafe at any speed. Nope. Not getting annoyed. No. Government bureaucracy is NASA's problem. See, Vader, that's the thing. That you can say that bureaucracy was the problem, but that same bureaucracy is why 6 American flags are sitting on the moon. Well, they're probably French flags nowadays, but sorry, boys. They probably have been sun bleached by now, but you can't fault that bureaucratic process when it's simultaneously responsible for our greatest endeavors. You could argue that bureaucratic process got us SpaceX. Because it did. It did. Sorry, I hate to be that guy. If NASA becomes... if SpaceX... If we incessantly drive all of NASA's programs to commercial providers over time, NASA basically becomes owned by bureaucracy. More than it is now. And once again, you know, I say don't fault the process, but... I think it's us. I don't think the system is the problem. I think our lack of vision, our lack of long-term vision and not making space a national priority is the reason why NASA is the way that it is. Turning NASA into a management organization or a federal space regulatory committee is... I would rather see NASA shut down completely. Let me put it to you like that. Than be space FAA. F that. Flight that. You know? Right? It's the vision. The vision is the problem. You know why SpaceX is good at what they do? Because their vision is very, very clear. I mean, like I've said this many times, Elon is hell-bent on going to Mars, as he should be. It's been 50 years since we went to the moon. What the hell's the excuse? No excuse there. Lack of vision is the excuse, if anything. I personally don't think, you know, sorry, I'm about to hit the American flag drum. Bump, bum, bum, bum. Personally, as Americans, we shouldn't be making excuses. That's disgusting behavior. My personal opinion, sorry, interjected a little bit of personal opinion in there, but that's gross. That's gross. NASA blaming other people is disgusting. Yet we have these press conferences, you know, we're not going to do Viper because of funding overlap, and no, it's over budget. We're not going to do it. We'll launch a block of metal instead. Excuses are gross. That's gross in spaceflight. That's disgusting. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. You should be ashamed. Take accountability for your damn actions. Ardon, 56-month resub. Thank you. The door of High Bay 3 is opening for ML1 to enter. All right. Anyway, Bill, good discussion, dude. I love having these discussions during Space News, which is why I kind of get through all the quick info and leave this long stuff later. Doom, you have no patriotic love for the U.S., and I totally get this point. Say what you want about the U.S. One thing is for sure, you guys get stuff done. That's what we should do, Doom, and there's no reason that you shouldn't either. You're right there with us building the robotic arms, man. Are you proud of the Canada arm? Are you proud that the Canada arm and Dexter on your $5 bill? You friggin' should be. We should have the damn space shuttle on our $5 bill. That's pathetic that we don't. Come on. Right? Right? That's cool. We see eye to eye on this, right? Like... Hello? Love the space news while making the Lego Space Shuttle Discovery. All right, Ben. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go, Super. You're damn right, as you should be. Oh, as you should be, bud. That's a great piece of capability. If you look right here on the space shuttle right there, look on the left-hand side. Guess what? That's the Canadarm, bud, right there. Right there. Oh, yeah, that's a great piece of equipment. Oh, yeah, really good one. Really good one. You can take things and move them over there. Oh, great. Totally great. No, seriously, have you guys here? Look at Canada's $5 bill. It's got a frickin' EMU on it. An EMU with the mobile base station and the space station remote manipulator system and Dexter, its finger attachment. That's the $5 bill. That's dope. That's dope. Every time I go to Canada, I get one of these and I bring it home with me because it's awesome. Why don't we have the freaking space shuttle just on our $5 bill? This is bull crap. Damn it. Sorry. A little bit of a tangent. I want space money. But anyway, yeah, Doom, no, come on, man. Gotta get stuff done. This isn't what we do. We don't blame people. That's gross. Oh, great arm, eh? Oh, yeah, bud. Oh, yeah, she's really good. You know, when the space shuttle launched, it get up and go. It got up and went. It's great. Oh, yeah. I wish all of them were based on things we built, not just people. Exactly. The Hoover Dam, the Golden Gate Bridge. All that stuff should be on there. The Chesapeake Bay Bridge should be on there. The George Washington Bridge. Put that on the money, damn it. Ugh. The World Trade Center. Put that on there. The new World Trade Center. That'd be great. It'd be awesome. Anyway. Moving on. The big boy. Damn right. You have insulin on your $100 banknote? Oh, yeah, man. Now we're talking. Cool. $5 bill at Timmy's double-double. Oh, yeah. Can we get the EJ transformation of our currency act? yeah. Saturn V on the hundo. I mean, you could keep Benjamin Franklin and George Washington, and you could keep all the founding fathers on the money. I don't have a problem with that. I just want some space stuff. Anyway, moving on. So, speaking of reusing engines and going and fishing them out of water, check this out. This is Joe Tiegmeyer. He actually had more pictures. Thought you might be interested in these images. This shows the aftermath of the section of Booster 11 being hoisted out of the water from a new angle. Oh, wow. So this is the Haas Ridgewind. When it went and recovered. It went and recovered super heavy. I still can't believe this happened. SP Ace. George Washington riding the shuttle. Now we're talking, man. Oh, that's an idea I can get behind. Have Washington crossing the Delaware, that painting, but instead he's EVAing in the payload bay and or stepping out of the LEM in a spacesuit with American flags and fireworks going off. I'd like to picture my Jesus, with giant angel's wings singing lead vocals for Leonard Skinner, and I'm in the first row and I am hammered drunk. Anyway. About a bald eagle screeching in the background. That's an idea I can get behind. Teddy Roosevelt riding Starship. Yeah, no, see, now we're talking. Yeah, good. Doom, that's a good idea. I don't think you should be showing these are definitely leaked. I mean, it's on the internet, man. But yeah, good stuff, dude. Good stuff. Actually, Thomas, I wanted to segue that into another thing. Per Gavilar, right? Space Offshore. Haas Ridgewind went back up there to the Booster 11 landing site. Haas Ridgewind went back up there to the Booster 11 landing site, not getting caught up in it. And it's back up there again. Pretty good stuff. How are you, Skip, the pucks if it a Massey's? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so it's out there again, getting more Booter 11 pictures. And, well, not pictures. We're getting the pictures. It's getting the wreckage. Let's go to Clint Jack Boyer. Let me see. Give me 1 second. His flyby pictures. Where are they? Scanning. Anyway. Yak, the yak. Yes, he's a very yak. See? Center engines. But, yeah. It doed. Yes. Yeah, waving his hat like Slim Pickens. Yeah, there you go. But anyway, yeah, it's going out there for more. Yes, the great yak. You know we're gonna be hosting Flame Trench, and one of you guys, I could see this coming from a mile away. And now that I'm telling you about it, it's probably gonna happen, but it was gonna happen anyway, so it's inevitable, right? Streamer's paradox, we'll call it. I keep calling him Yak. So one of these days, people are gonna go and be like, "Excuse me, Mr. Yak," and he's gonna be like, "I don't get that," because it's our joke. It's not a joke though. I love Jack's the man. I love Jack. He's the best, right? But also, someone's gonna call him Mr. Yak Buyer, and he's gonna get very confused. He's gonna get very confused. My name is Yak. What have I started? This is my fault, isn't it? So, I'm going to take accountability for my actions and go explain that. I'll be the one that shoulder the burden of explaining that to Jack when this inevitably happens. Streamer's paradox, man. Schrodinger's streamer's paradox. If you don't acknowledge it, it still happens, but if you acknowledge it, it happens more. Better than using the Spanish pronunciation of J. Mr. Whackbuyer. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. That was on purpose. And maybe even porpoise. Now, don't explain it. It'd be way funnier that way. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Anyway. So. Give me 1 second. I need to get a primer picture for this. So, you guys, do you guys remember the SpaceX balls? The orange SpaceX balls? The water bags? Do you guys remember those? Hey, Bob. Bob? You guys remember that's yeah. The testicles. Emphasis on test. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm secretly 5. I don't know, man. It's still funny. There's pictures from Mary. Oh my god! All right. Do you remember these? No. Crap. All right. SpaceX used these to do load simulator testing on the chopstick arms. These are water bags that are used for load testing, but they're used for load testing from the maritime industry. Basically, you fill the bags up with water, and it creates a good mass simulator, a good counterweight. SpaceX used this to test the deflection and lifting capabilities of the chopsticks to make sure it could lift super heavy before they actually tried to lift a super heavy. This was, I would say this is back in the day, but I forget exactly when this picture was taken, but it was not that long ago. It was like 2 or 3 years ago, right? So they used this to test the chopsticks to make sure that it could lift. Well, per Mary, Boca Chica gal, the balls are back in town. The balls are back in town. Yeah. So, those showed up at Starbase today. No, it isn't fuel. Water is stored in the balls. The test articles. Yes. Yeah. There's no way I can explain this with a straight face. How am I supposed to be professional with this? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with that? There's no way to explain this with... Whatever. Look, the one on the left is Biggie Smalls. Did I make you spit your drink out? Good, I hope so. Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit. Yeah. Oh. Damn it. But yeah, they showed up. They showed up because they're most likely going to test the strength upgrades for the chopsticks because they've SpaceX part of in preparation for Flight 5. In preparation for Flight 5, they have made a ton of reinforcement, welding, gusset reinforcements on the chopsticks to basically make sure they're good to catch the booster. Hopefully they have the correct water permit. Yeah, what kind of water are they using? What if they were using... Would that count? That's not a wastewater process. It's not wastewater if it's not water. Or for the Tower 2 chopsticks. Yeah, Hellzekin could be that too. That's actually a good point. Yep. I just giggled at that. All right, cool. I'm glad someone found it funny, because that's pretty damn funny. Oh, man. Sorry, I try to make it fun. You know, if I can't get youngins' attention with technical facts, I'll get their attention with dick and fart jokes, okay? And ball jokes. It works, all right? Don't care what anybody says. What are you looking at? All right. What else we got? It's a biological waste product. Yes. Correct. Discord DM. Oh, no. What did I do? That... Okay. Last, new Boom stuff. Thomas, I did discuss Boom a second ago. Boom just released a new video. A new Flight 4 video. It's 20 minutes and 38 seconds long. Oh. 20 minutos. Okay. Miramos.
Runway 30, clear for takeoff, right close traffic approved, and Kestrel 12, runway 30, line up and wait.
Mojave Tower just cleared both aircraft for what we call an airborne pickup. This is where the Chase T-38 will launch, circle back, and make a brake release call for XB-1. The pilot will engage full afterburner on all three engines as soon as the brake release call is made.
Right now.
And accelerate to 120 knots, where the throttles are then actually brought back to minimum afterburner. Doing it this way will make rotation easier, which happens at 150 knots, and the aircraft will leave the ground around 175 knots.
Not! Front camera, you see that? No droop snoot, it's got a front cam.
Airflow's on, transponders altitude, coming right.
Tristan Brandenburg, call sign Geppetto, is flying here. He just turned on the transponder and environmental control.
Look at the deflection on the rear surfaces during ascent.
Control, I have card 1 complete. Next up, card 2, pacer check followed by gear retraction.
That voice you just heard is Aaron Young, who just qualified as test conductor on the program.
Andrew, you're saying Elon's getting into
Chase in the T-38.
Did you say that Elon's getting into a water balloon fight with the FAA? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm gonna use that.
Is Matteo Brambilla, call sign White.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
Chase is talking here with Joshua Approach. They're the air traffic control agency, and they're coordinating permission to enter into the airspace over Edwards Air Force Base.
And Kestrel 11, is flight level 290 going to be okay for you for the stage 2, or do you need something else?
And that is affirmative. We'll be working mainly below 20,000, 15,000 most likely.
That's sick, dude. This is awesome footage.
3, 2, 1. Mark 223, 5,110.
223, 5,210.
This is a pacer check. It would be a problem if XB1 was seeing erroneous airspeed or altitude information. So we periodically compare the values between the two airplanes.
Control 1
United 2601, how's the ride?
Copy.
Clearance just came from control tower to retract the landing gear.
Go gear retraction. Chase, call when set.
Come on, baby.
27.
Util lights are out. Standby gear. 3.
20.
Standby. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
This was the fastest we had ever retracted the landing gear. On Flight 2, we did so at 205 knots, and Flight 3 was 215 knots. This time we did 225 knots, which is the design speed limit for gear retraction.
Makes me want to play Flight Simulator, damn it. You guys plant that seed in my head. Now I want to do that, but we got to finish Satisfactory. You guys suck.
Alright, ready for
It's
climb.
your fault.
Ready.
It's your fault.
Test control, your go for the climb.
Damn it.
And test control reminders, altimeter 29902.
902 set.
Set barrow.
Copy, we'll go for a flutter comm check if you're ready for that.
Ready.
Test flutter.
Loud and clear, flutter.
Usually just the test conductor will talk to the pilot, but sometimes there are test points so time compressed that an individual control station is authorized to immediately call for a termination of a test point. Flutter test points are like that because if there's a problem, it can get worse very quickly.
Yeah.
Test control, we have profile.
Flutter is usually compounding. So we talked about this at the very, very front of Space News. What they're checking for is called flutter. So I said it's kind of analogous to if you had like a flag and you were driving in a car and you held the flag out the window, the flag's going to flap in the wind. Flutter is that when it happens to the wings. And if you induce flutter on the wings, it's usually a compounding thing. It won't stop, right? Even if you kind of like right the plane, change the plane's attitude, the flutter is a compounding resonant, a compounding vibration that'll just eventually just keep going until the wing just shatters into a bajillion pieces. You don't want that happening to your airplane. So what they're doing is they're purposefully inducing failure modes to see if their anti-flutter systems on the plane can catch it before it happens. Like a death wobble. It's a death wobble for planes. Yeah, that's a good way to say that. Good call, chat.
Confirmed, we'll wait till you are on condition for go.
Copy.
Compounding resonance is your new metal band name.
You are cleared, restricted 2515, at or below flight level 180.
So, I'm not the best, and I certainly ain't no pilot here, but it looks like you have your rates, your control rates right there. You have your 3 engines right there. It looks like we got RPM, fuel flow right there, and oil pressure down there. The XB1 has 3 motors. There's your primary flight, PFD is there, MFD is here. It looks like you got a redundant system down here. That's the gear controller right there. It looks like you have flight controls over there. This looks like a fighter jet, guys, which is kind of super cool because this is a civilian. This is a civilian company. This isn't Boom is not Department of Defense. This isn't an X-plane. This is a commercial vehicle, which is super, super cool, actually. It looks like they have engine stuff over there bleeped out. There's your gear indicator right there. You have 3 lights right there to indicate that all 3 gear are down when it's in the downward position. And when the gear is moving, it'll have like an intermediary light right there. So if you pull that lever down, these lights will turn like yellow, and then they'll turn green when the gear is in the low position. If I recall correctly, they picked up some spare parts from fighter jets, like the landing gear might be an F-16. It doesn't look F-16 to me, but I don't know. We'll see.
180 Kestrel, 11 clearance 25.
Yeah, exactly, Uncapy. It's a pretty good piece of kit for a civilian plane.
All right, on.
Actually, Those don't look like rate indicators, guys. But it does say roll, pitch, and yaw right there. But they're maxed. That could be part of the induced test. If you look at that arrow, it's all the way up, and that arrow is all the way down, and that one's kind of in the middle. The yaw is kind of in the middle. This looks induced. This looks like Geppetto, the test pilot, is doing that on purpose to induce flutter. Because, yeah, see, the roll is way up, pitches down, so that would mean the plane's doing this, which it kind of is if you look at the PFD. That's kind of what's going on.
All right, on condition, here comes Fez Profile 1.
Fez is the flutter, the preventative flutter system that they were talking about. I forget what the acronym is for. It's flutter system. Flutter experimental super system. Is he air drifting the plane? Like I said, it's an induced test. So yeah, he's kind of doing this with it. They're trying to make the wings flap to see if their system catches it. The PFD looks like a CH-47. Yeah, maybe.
Vibrate the airplane.
Flutter excitation system. Thank you.
Control.
This is compressed for the video. The flutter sweeps actually take between 1 and 2 minutes each to complete.
Control your scope.
Oh, did you see it start shaking? Yo.
W profile 2 selected and arm buttons blue.
Did you guys see that? You see it start shaking? That's sketch. Watch.
2 minutes each.
Look. Yo, okay.
W profile 2 selected and arm buttons blue. Here comes profile 2.
It could be trim, yeah, Andrew, maybe.
Test is 3.9.
Change is 2.5.
When they say 3.9, 2.5, they're referring to their fuel state. 3.9 means 3,900 pounds of fuel remaining.
Profile's complete.
Control your scope. Profile 3.
Copy, here comes profile 3. Running.
3.
That plane is definitely a looker, Thomas. You ain't kidding. That is a looker of an airplane. It's pretty. It's a pretty plane. Somebody said it in chat. It's not as pretty as an SR-71, but it's up there. That is a looker.
Of 8 total test profiles. This first test series really is a functional test of the flutter excitation system and our ability to interpret the results live in the control room.
Profile's complete, coming right.
We are reaching the edge of our authorized airspace and need to turn around and point back to Mojave.
Test control. Profile 7 is confirmed. When on condition, you are go. Profile 7.
Sick.
Test.
Can you... This always blows my mind. This is somebody's job. Somebody shows up, they commute to work, and they do this. How? This is a T-38, I think. I think they said it was a T-38. This is someone's job. Somebody does this. Somebody does this as their work, and they probably make more money than we do. Rightly so. I would hope test pilots make more money than me. Jeez. But that is something that someone does. Weird 3 engines. I wonder why. I'm not sure why they chose 3 engines. Maybe we could ask Blake. Blake Scholl, the CEO of Boom, is... Yeah, he's super active on Twitter. All the time.
Rolling out flow 240.
Oh. Dude, I'm not... That... You know, the 3-engine configuration looks weird from some angles. But not from that angle. That looks awesome. Yeah, that looks freaking sweet. Yeah, that's a sweet looking plane. It looks like a Viper from like Last Starfighter or something. You've been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. Liberty or death! Yeah, that's definitely Concorde's wing. That's the best part. The straight delta wing with the armpit right there. See how the leading edge curves in and then it goes out? That's entirely on purpose. Yeah, that's the I want to go fast wing. But also I want to land the plane and I need a wing that can do both of those things. It reminds you of a Viper from BSG. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. The original Overture was 3 engines. They have since switched to 4 on Overture, but the XB1 remains at 3 because of when it was made. There you go, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, I'm on condition. Here comes profile.
The red thing on the wing is the FES. Hold on.
Outflow 240.
Oh, there you go. Yep, there it is. Yeah, that plane's a looker.
All right,
dude.
I'm on condition. Here comes profile 7. Running.
In the turn, we had a glitch with our telemetry system. This is critical for these flutter test points, so we need to stop and repeat the test point.
Test control, we had some data dropouts. If you can reset the sweep, we'll start over.
Copy. Profile 7 selected. Arm buttons blue. Ready to go.
I don't think so, Hellfish. But I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Thomas, we got any information on what the FES does? Like, other than, like, it's like, stated purpose? Like, what's the manner of operation of it? Like, what does it do?
Profile 7's running.
Yeah, Thomas, that's cool, man. It's good stuff.
A lot of lather, rinse, repeat going on here. The difference in these profiles are...
This is a very interesting vehicle. I wonder who their customers would be. Delta. I believe it's Delta. Maybe they pulled out of it. They're looking to make airliners, dude. That's the whole idea, Kaz. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yep. Is it United, not Delta? Maybe it was Delta with Starlink. That's what I'm remembering. No, Delta doesn't have Starlink either. Man, frick Delta. It's United. Thank you.
In the duration, the force that the exciters produce, and the mode of the profile, be they symmetric or anti-symmetric, which means both wingtips are up and down at the same time, or one is up and one is down.
Super cool.
Test is 3-2.
Change is 2-1.
Profile's complete.
Test your go, profile 6.
Here comes profile 6. Running.
The objects on the wing chicks generate
control, there's 1 minute
vibrations
left
and
on the
harmonic
sweep.
frequencies
You've
to the
already
aircraft's
seen
hull.
245 in this flight.
So the plane has a rumble pack attached to it? Like an N64 controller back in the day? Cool. Plane has a rumble pack on it. What? How's it different? Why are you booing me? I'm right. Current confirmed orders are from United American and Japan. Yeah, there you go. Japan Airlines. Cool. Memory expansion card's going to be sick. That's what the next plane is. That's what Overture is. So someone saw the Tacoma Narrows bridge video and said, let's make a machine that does that on purpose. I mean, yeah. It's a spinning counterweight. There you go.
So as soon as this profile ends, your go for the XL to 245, and you can do a fast look and we'll continue.
Test copies.
Test control 15 seconds, and if you can give any feedback on anything you felt, any problems, ring, instruments, etc., while you're accelerating, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, I know where they are. Oh, sweet. Wait a minute. Can I just back this up real quick? Yeah, I know where this is. Yeah, it's Edwards. That's the top part of Rogers Dry Lake bed. So Mojave is over there. There it is. There's Mojave. You could see it over there. You could see the tarmac. That's Mojave, and then Willow Springs is right over there. High desert, baby. Good times.
While you're accelerating, we'd appreciate it.
You got it. All right, profiles complete, accelerating to 245. Felt some vibes at 17 hertz and 38 hertz. It was less than I felt with the landing gear down, and I'm not feeling any hint of roll oscillation so far. A couple of the profiles got a little bit of a wing, like a kind of a jerky wing drop when I stopped the profile, but nothing concerning. Feels good. All right, quick look complete.
Test control, your go for Excel to 260.
W260, and then chaser cleared pacer.
There's nothing scary here, so the clearance was just issued to accelerate to 260 knots indicated.
Yeah, baby. Send it.
From now on, each new speed test point is faster than XB1 has ever been up to that point.
Test control, Control, I have card 4 complete. Next up, card 5, 260 HQ block.
Copy. Here comes HQ FQ block. Here comes that pitch doublet in 3, 2, 1.
These doublets are an excitation of the axis.
Oh.
We're looking for behavior that's controllable, well damped, and generally in line with the predictions of how we thought the airplane would fly. The responses will change as the airplane goes faster, so we check it at each new speed.
Fly-by-wire.
Start to the left and then come back to the right.
This has got to be fly-by-wire if they're talking about a damper system, a control damper system. That's cool, man. He's purposely yanking on the joystick on the pitch and the roll axis, and then he'll do it with yaw again. What happens is a sudden movement like that with your control systems could get a control surface to fully deflect, right? And if it deflects too much, it could stick there. Or it could overcompensate and introduce an oscillation. They're making sure their control damping system works. So like if you jerk the stick real fast, it's gonna just dampen it out and the plane will keep flying straight. Super cool, actually.
Plane would fly. The responses will change as the airplane goes faster, so we check it at each new speed.
I'm going to start to the left and then come back to the right. And this will be a turn for area management.
Dude, this video is sick. This video is awesome. Just on a side note, this is badass. We got to thank Boom for showing this. This is freaking cool, man.
In 3, 2, 1, mark.
Oh, okay.
These beautiful exterior shots are taken by Ruslan Fishenko, who is our backseat photographer inside the T-38.
All right, couple little roll ratchets and a little bit of side slip buildup.
Been on that road.
But I'm happy to continue.
But right there, that's the entrance to Edwards.
Test control, you're good.
There's Mojave over there.
Copy, we'll use this turn as the HQ block.
Control. Test control, I have card 5 complete. Next up, card 6, quick look. Once out of the turn, your go for Excel to 270.
Copy, 270.
Edwards. That's sick, dude. There's the Neil Armstrong Flight Center.
Test is 280.
That's a NASA facility at Edwards, guys, for testing aerodynamics, believe it or not.
Here's 19.
So sick.
Rolling out flow 045. Accelerating to 270. Quick look complete.
Test control, your go for Excel to 280.
Copy 280. And chaser cleared pacer. 3, 2, 1. Mark 282, 15300.
290, 16320.
The T-38 has a known airspeed error of about 8 knots around this speed, so it isn't a big deal that the two airplanes read something different.
Copy 280 pitch doublet, and there's been a...
The pitot, your airspeed sensor on the T-38. I didn't know that. That's actually super cool. So what they were doing is calling out speed and altitude there to make sure they're flying the same. And the T-38, the airspeed sensor at a certain speed is a little bit off. Interesting. I didn't know you could fly with a plane with a failure mode. Not a failure mode like that. As long as it's known, it doesn't really matter.
8 knot. Chase is showing us 8 knots faster than I'm showing on the last 2 pacer checks. You guys cool with that?
Test control, continue.
Copy. All right, here comes flying qualities block. Pitch doublet in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Here's a great view of a pitch doublet. You can see how XB1 has a disturbance that dampens out after a few oscillations.
Yeah, doublet in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay.
Control, good job,
Possible
doublet, your go roll step.
Copy, we'll start to the left and come back to the right. All right, back to the right in 3, 2, 1. Mark. A couple little ratchets, but smoother than 260.
That's so cool, dude. That's awesome.
And rolling out.
This is so cool.
Test control,
Hell yeah.
step, your go for HQ block.
I'm happy with the HQ. Let's continue.
Test control, I have card 7 complete. Next up is card 8. Quick look, your go to Excel to 290.
He's got clip notes.
A quick look is simply a sampling of how the airplane feels to maneuver at the pilot's discretion.
Quick look complete, and
They
chases
are.
indicating 0.6 indicated.
XB1 has an air data test boom with an electronic Mach calculator, and it is expected to be much more accurate than the T-38's operational air data probes and a very old-fashioned mechanical Mach meter.
See?
Test control, your go to Excel to 0.6 as indicated on your MFD.
Copy, accelerating. Alright, there's 0.6 and 300 knots. Chase your clear pacer. 3, 2, 1. Mark 315.5.
0.6 Mach, just space.
0.63.
See?
15,520.
That's the fastest. They're gonna fly. They're gonna fly faster in the next flight.
Card 8 complete. Next up is card 9, 0.6 FQHQ block. Your go.
If I had to guess, Just Space. Hi, by the way. Long time no see, man. If I had to guess, they are. They'll probably skirt transonic on their next flight. Like, so 0.8, 0.9 Mach. It probably won't go any faster. And then probably flight 6 after that, they'll go supersonic. If everything goes right. That's what I would do. I don't know. I'm just a Kerbal player. What do I know?
For pitch doublet.
Copy, I'm going to use a roll step for area management.
They're building up to supersonic. Yeah, you take slow
Geppetto
steps.
elected to change the order of the test points. With the roll maneuver, he can use it to point XP1 in the right direction.
So Sonic, what are these planes used for? So this is the Boom. There's a company called Boom Supersonic. And what Boom is trying to do is trying to pioneer low buck commercial supersonic transport. So they're trying to make a passenger plane that travels faster than the speed of sound for not as expensive as Concorde or a Tupolev 144. The Tupolev 144 is a piece of junk, by the way. This plane sucks. I've never flown it. From what I've heard from anecdotal pilots, but whatever. That's anecdotal evidence from pilots. But anyway, they're trying to make low-cost supersonic transports. Not anything big, nothing like a big plane like Concorde. They're really kind of targeting like a 737 CRJ 900 market, like a smaller supersonic transporter, like maybe 100 people on. No, not even that. Like, but supersonic transports in the past, like Concorde or the Tupolev 144, have been derived from military technology, and that makes them expensive to maintain. And that's one of the reasons why they never really kind of took a foothold, because it was because they're expensive. It's only for like the super rich, right? Boom is trying to fix that. They're trying to use more off-the-shelf stuff and use modern components to make a supersonic transporter for cheap, which is cool. This is their test plane. That's the XB1. This is Flight 4, and it's got narration from their chief flight test engineer, which is super, super cool. This was them flying it around this was last week, wasn't it? Around Mojave, this is awesome. It's really, really cool stuff. Lot to learn here about how this plane works. Overture will have 64 or 80 seats depending on the configuration. That's it. Yep. When is the NASA low boom plane flying? Soon, RJ, but I've not heard anything from that program for a little while. Just Space up, man. Been lurking for a while. You're still at Michoud for Boeing. We're probably looking for a change soon for obvious reasons. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Thank you, EJ. Your answers are always thorough and super helpful. Thanks so much. Yeah, man. Absolutely, Sonics. This is dope, dude. It makes me want to play Flight Sim. The new Flight Sim's coming in November, and chat's been up my butt about playing it, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. And they're like, no, Flight Sim. And I'm like, okay. And then I watch this, and I'm like,
this is space. I'm in space.
Nah. No, you are playing it. See what I mean? I want to fly it. Yeah, this is great, man. This is super cool.
To respect the boundaries of the airspace. So we'll circle back into the pitch and yaw doublets after that.
New Hearts of Iron DLC announced? Oh, balls.
All right, pitch doublet.
I don't have enough time to do all this.
Controls quiet.
I mean, Sonics, I was saying it a little earlier. That plane's a looker. That is a beautiful airplane. Have you played with the Dark Star from Top Gun? Oh yeah, Miff. When it came out, we had some fun with that thing. Yeah, that plane that Lockheed Martin just had a lot of input on that doesn't exist. Because they worked on it in Top Gun. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So when can we buy an XB1? I don't know, but that'd be super cool to have one of those things. Do you have a pilot's license? I don't, Yannick. I need to. I should do a Scott Manley. We should do that. I should. The problem is, guys, I'm never gonna be able to fly at night, colorblind, which sucks. But whatever. I know enough about planes that I could probably fool my way to that, like through it. And if you can prove that you know what you're doing, it's okay. But yeah, kind of sucks. Hey, yo, 52 months, we back. Nova gifted you. Nova, you just gifted 12 months to Just Space? What the You don't need to do that, man. Holy balls. I certainly appreciate it, though. Joe, in May of 2025, you start your pilot's license journey. Cool. The X-59 left a brand new factory empty. Just saying. You should make more of them, Phil. You should make like 6 of them. I've been gifting 12-monthers. Yeah, I know. I know. I've seen it. Same boat, EJ, but never forget Taka Flight 110. Yeah, I know. I know. I really shouldn't fly at night. I understand that. If that boom plane is around 100 passengers, it'll be about the same as Concorde. It was spec for 92 to 128. Yeah, Tessa, I think Thomas said 80. 80 is still pretty good, man. That's pretty good, dude. How does color blindness affect night flight? I don't know the exact stipulations, but that's what pilots have told me. But I've had multiple pilots say, like, you could fly VFR. That's no problem. As long as you know what you're doing, it shouldn't be a problem. But, like, an airline pilot, no, that's not a thing. But not that I would want to anyway, but it sucks. Maybe helicopters. Maybe do an old cleater. We need to get to like heavy D levels and buy a UH-60. I'm sorry though, I probably wouldn't buy a UH-60. You know, I'd probably buy a UH-1Y. I'd buy a Venom because that's why. I think Venoms are cool because it's a Huey on steroids. Yeah, Fabricator, that Cleater video is pretty good. It's probably my favorite video he's released, dude. Also, just on a quick side note, dude, some of the I mean...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted 8 subs. Thank you. Also, you see some of those landing zones that Cleater got that MD-500 into? Like, that's pretty impressive, dude. That's pretty impressive piloting. Like, for somebody that's relatively new to helicopters. Like, he's not relatively new. He's been doing it for a while, apparently. Because that was some real pro stuff right there. Okay, but consider this with cameras. Yeah, Thomas, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. All right, anyway, let's finish up this video.
Test control, good pitch doublet, your go yaw doublet.
Yaw doublet in 3, 2, 1. Arc.
Yeah, Hellfish.
Preview of the yaw doublet here. You can see how much roll actually occurs when we use the rudder pedals to control yaw.
Test control, your go for HQ block.
Copy.
No, Cactus, I haven't, but probably going to do that in a little bit.
Control.
4 about 2-1, are you exiting the airspace VFR?
Caution.
Oh.
Okay, we got a uncommanded motion fault.
Here's where the flutter excitation system starts to give us some trouble.
Do we need another cycle?
Yes, let's cycle the Fez.
For a reason unknown to us at this time, it simply refused to work on condition at 0.6 Mach.
A little hairy, but that's why that man is a test pilot.
It was discovered that the gearbox in the left wingtip vane was beginning to fail, and we already worked with a vendor of this system who's applied a mechanical fix to the issue.
Test control your go profile 3 and just watch altitude.
Thank you. All right, here comes profile 3.
It's the yellow handle and intrusive thought. Yes. Yes, it is.
Running.
Yes, it is. That's the bug out button. Or handle, I should say.
Caution.
All right, Fez fault. We got a motion fault.
Yeah, Geppetto, he's a Top Gun pilot, guys. Yeah, that guy, the test pilot for this, you're going to Top Gun. There is no ejector seat. What would this be then? Canopy? What does it say? I can't see the glare. I can't really read what it says. I know that this one over here, that's canopy. I'm pretty sure. Yep, master caution again. For me, it's the big red button.
Let's restart again.
Copy.
Here, we're trying turning it off and turning it back on again. There's not much else that we can do at this point.
That happens in the aerospace industry a lot more than you think. Turn it off and turn it back on again. Oh, that... Yep.
All right, Fez power's off.
Yeah, Hawk, you're not wrong. I was trying to make a joke. It didn't land, unlike the plane, which will land
This
soon.
will be our last attempt, and then we'll get the gear down and come back.
Sounds good.
He was using the default nav ball skin.
Test control your go profile 3.
Here comes profile 3.
Caution.
All right, servo fault.
Yeah.
After trying for a third time, we have to stop. We had basically exhausted all of the fuel that we had budgeted for this test point, so we need to start heading back home.
Let's call it there on Fez. Do you have any desire to do the wind-up turn before coming in?
I'd love to.
I have card 10 complete. Let's go card 11, 2.5 G wind-up turn.
Copy, 2.5 G wind-up turn. On condition test is ready.
Geppetto is excited about this one. The wind-up turn is an opportunity to perform some more dynamic maneuvering in XP1. He is pulling for 2.5 times the force of gravity here. It's both a structural test point and it demonstrates some overhead for the 2G maneuvering turns that we'll need to use later in the program to remain inside of our airspace constraints.
There's Edwards.
While accelerating for supersonic.
Up and down there. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's a little sussy right there. Damn.
24 safe speed.
Can I back that up? Hold on, let me.
Airspace constraints. The
I want
structural
to see
test
the
point,
I want to see
and
the
it
MFD.
demonstrates some overhead for the
PFD.
2G maneuvering turns that we'll need to use later in the program to remain inside of our airspace constraints while accelerating for supersonic.
That's Edwards Air Force Base. At least that's the base headquarters. That's NASA Armstrong over there, and then all the stuff that they purposely aren't making the cameras look at is over there. That's pretty much the whole base, by the way. Sorry about that. There's a lot of stuff over there.
Supersonic.
The Air Force Test Pilot School is over there too, which is actually super cool. The shuttle landed over there as well.
Test control, I have wind up turn complete, card 11.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, we could see it. That T-grip is the drag chute for landing. Got it. Is that a golf course? Yeah, it's Edwards Air Force Base, man. Most Air Force bases, heck, most military bases have a golf course. Dude, the military bases have all kinds of cool stuff. There's like, they have their own supermarkets. They're called commissaries. There's all kinds of stuff in there. It's a whole city. The basis, it's like a whole self-contained city. Do you see an angle of attack indexer at all? No. Is it better than the bodega? Yes. Yes, it is. Groom Lake has a baseball field. Can you imagine playing baseball there? What, do they have like a take your kid to work week or something? Like,
Complete. Next step is car 12 gear extension.
Copy, gear extension, slowing for 225.
I was making a joke for what it's worth about cameras not pointing. You can look at Edwards Air Force Base on Google Earth. There's not, it's just runways. There's 2 runways over there and a bunch of hangars.
Test control, you are go for gear extension.
Copy.
No, Hawk,
Utilize
I
route.
haven't.
Chase, call when set. Standby gear. 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Watch. There's your lights.
This is the last landing gear test point in the program. It's done at 225 knots, which is the design extend landing gear speed. Great extension.
Castor 1-1, returning back to...
Yeah. Wait a minute. So, maybe some pilots can help me out here. Why is the front gear green, but the other one's not? The 2 rear gear are showing... Yeah, Hawk, you're talking about that video. Yeah, that's cool, man. Is it traveling? Just wait? Okay.
Test control, we have 3 down locked. While waiting on timers, you are go airflow switch to ramp.
Copy, airflow switch ramp.
Here is another environmental control test point.
Cool.
We set up for an emergency source of airflow to the cockpit and intentionally depressurize the cabin to ensure that the valve that regulates cabin pressure does so in a controlled manner.
I could hear a little whistle, and then the airflow increased. Ears popped. It seemed like it wasn't an explosive depressurization. It felt like a fairly comfortable rate. All right, I got 3 down lock dampers on. Flight controls auto. Anti-skids auto. Expecting 169 on final.
Red means
Geppetto is running through
not
the
locked
landing
in transit.
checklist
Got
here.
it.
Fuel state's low, but this is not an emergency. We had planned to be at this fuel state when setting up for the landing.
This is badass, dude.
Yeah, we're ready to land.
Chase is negotiating for landing clearance, and the TC is reminding Geppetto to reconfigure the environmental control system before landing. The comms can get very busy, and it's an art form to manage 3 conversations at once.
I do that all the time. He's got 2 on master caution. You see that, boys? And girls?
Castro 1-1 flight, roger, runway 30, clear to land.
Oh, yeah, it's fuel. So check this out. His master caution is on. The first one was for the flutter excitation system, and it wasn't working. It says the gearboxes for the FES weren't working correctly. And the other one is what Nick just said, fuel. So you got fuel master caution, and you got gearbox on the FES master caution right there. But the master caution is just there to tell you what's going on. If you know that it failed, right? As long as you understand what's going on, yeah, it's fine. You just leave it there. Like, you can push reset if you want by pressing the MC button right there in the center. It'll just pop up again. But yeah, once again, fuel is low, but it's not that big of a deal. Left screen, bottom left of middle. The half circle dial is the AOA. There it is. Yeah, I see it. I was looking at these. That's a really good way to tell. But yeah. Yeah, Nick just said that they're low on fuel, so the master caution went on, and they called it, and I was wondering, but yeah, I wanted to, just in case anybody's wondering, like, what that stuff means. Like, I'm not the best expert on airplanes, I'm not a pilot, but I know a good deal about what this stuff does. I know about how these things go together, not more than anything.
And you're low.
Oh, that plane's a looker, man. The more we see it, the more I like it.
Switch on.
And any other feedback before LSO comms would be great.
Good airflow. No other feedback right now. And Chase, just confirm landing clearance.
Does it have flaps? Good question. What do you think?
Clear to land, thank you.
Yeah, I stayed at a Holiday Inn.
Here, our landing signal officer, Zach Plies, call sign Sprite, will start the process of verbally guiding Geppetto in for a landing.
Dude, his PFD has
Sprite is a
camera.
former naval aviator and used to do this on the back of aircraft carriers. It's a very refined skill.
Oh, so the LSO is an LSO. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that guy's seen some things. Yeah, so unlike Concorde actually had the nose mechanically bend down so the pilots could see the runway. This plane looks to just have a camera. There's a downward facing camera on your primary flight display that Geppetto can switch to. Right there's your airspeed, there's your altitude, and that's your heading right there. That's engine information, this is rate information. Good stuff, man. Display. Oh yeah, Hans Bricks. Did he call the ball? I mean, that's a run. It's a runway, though, Hawk. You know, I don't know if you call the ball on a runway. No, left, right, no, up, up.
Little high on center line.
High on center, okay.
You're on glide slope. You're on center line.
So, this part's super cool. So this plane doesn't have flaps. So this is actually a perfect shot. The XB1 doesn't have flaps. Here's the trick. Concorde had that mechanical nose, so you could see the runway, right? It had a droop snoot, is what it's called. XB1 doesn't have that. It has that camera, which indicates high angle of attack during landing. Look at that shot. Look at the T-38 with its flaps down versus the XB1 with no flaps. The XB1's nose is way up in the air. T-38's kind of flying like this, right? The XB1, like Concorde, because it's a delta wing, doesn't have flaps. And here's the trick part of this. It's the wing design. You notice how the wing leading edge is bent. It's concave, like this, right? Just like Concorde's was. What this plane is designed to do, in lieu of flaps, is land at a very high, what's called angle of attack. So the angle of attack is the angle of the plane relative to the ground, right? It's designed to land at a high AOA. That cut wing, or that concave wing leading edge, is actually generating insane amounts of lift at higher angles because of that basically relief in the wing, the concave structure of the wing. What that is doing is allowing a lot of air to go up and over the wing. And the way the air swirls over the wing, it basically makes a gigantic vortex over the top of the wing. That vortex is a lot of turbulent air at lower pressure. And a vortex generates an insane amount of low pressure. That's the idea. So this thing, because of the slits in the wings, like Concorde, is designed to generate nutso drag at high angles of attack. Why do you want to do that? Well, the lower pressure you have over the wings and the higher pressure you have under the wing, a principle called Bernoulli's principle, is going to generate more lift. And because you're making tons of drag, you're also slowing down. That's the trick that the European engineers came up with in the 60s with Concorde. Concorde doesn't need flaps. It lands at a high angle of attack. And because it needed a high angle of attack, because of the way the wings were designed, it's designed to leave a relief it's designed to create vortexes over the top of the wings, right? And that will slow the plane down and generate insane amounts of lift, right? And that's what gets the plane to land instead of flaps. Flaps basically do the same thing, but a little different design. This thing, the wing leading edge and a high angle of attack is what basically generates the lift that you need and slow you down to land at a comfortable speed. Watch, they'll probably talk about it in the video.
Slope on center line, 50 feet. On center line, 40. On center line, 30. On center line 20.
See? Look at the high angle of attack.
10, 5.
Now, watch what happens. So he has the plane touch two gear. He touched two gear. Watch what happens when the plane noses over. The wings need to be at a high angle of attack to generate lift. As he noses the plane over, the landing gear will load up. Watch the landing gear. You see the wheels are kind of cambered out like this. When he brings the nose of that thing down, the wings won't generate as much lift, right? And the plane will basically fall onto that landing gear. Watch the gear. He'll load it up. And they cut the camera.
You have good brakes.
Oh, see the difference?
Brakes are close to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's well within limits.
Test control, you're good for taxi back to FRI.
See the
Brake temps
difference?
look good.
Here, let me back it up. Let me show you.
You have good brakes.
So look where the gear is right there versus 10 seconds prior.
10, 5.
See where they are right there? Now go forward. Look at the difference. That's the trick of this design, that concave wing leading edge. It allows you to create crazy amounts of lift, but only at high angles of attack. You turn the wing forward like that, it doesn't generate a lot of lift. It generates next to nothing. A minimal amount. Basically, it's designed to generate only a little bit amount of lift that you need to be able to fly at higher speeds. When you're up there, 50, 60,000 feet, going Mach 1.5 or anywhere past the speed of sound, if you're going fast, you don't need a lot of lift to stay up there. Now simultaneously, you don't want to create a lot of drag either. So that's why this wing is like razor thin, like an F-16 or something. It's smart. I mean, I'm telling you, man, that's Concorde's wing, a straight delta. That's the same design. I mean, it's a little bit different. It's probably not the exact same wing profile, but it's the same idea, which is super cool. So I guess to get off the ground, the rotation speed is much quicker. Well, they said they had to goose 3 afterburners when they started the plane to get it to rotate, which is actually, yeah, Badger, pretty neat, right?
It's well within limits.
Test control, you're good for taxi back to FRI. Brake temps look good.
The thickness reminds you of an
I hope this
F-104.
gave you
Yeah,
a
right?
sense for what a mission is like. We appreciate the interest and keep following the channel as we approach the speed of sound over the next few missions.
You're damn right I appreciate this. This is freaking sweet, dude. This is great. Guys, if you want to look at the video uninterrupted without my stupid commentary over it, here, I'll link it up. The wing design of Concorde was inspired by the Avro Aero after Avro engineers went to Concorde and NASA. Yeah, Andrew, that's right. So here, check this out. So, fellas, look at here, let's look at Concorde. See what I mean? See the concave wing? It's a straight delta. See what I'm talking about? That's super trick stuff, man. Even for now, that's really smart. That's the legacy of British aerospace development, man. That is genius. Like, whoever thought of that is way smarter than us. Like, maybe not some of you. Maybe some of you guys will make one of these in the future or something. Definitely smarter than me. Yeah. See how it kind of curves in and then it curves out? Fun fact. There's another vehicle that needs to generate an insane amount of lift from a high angle of attack at landing. Anybody know? Same thing, man. Same thing. That straight delta wing is the only way you could get that fat, freaking thick vehicle to actually generate enough lift to land. There's the only way they could do it. There's no other way. Any other way, the thing falls out of the sky. The shuttle only flies when it basically does a nosedive at the runway and pulls up enough just to generate, for the wings to generate enough lift for it to land. Same exact idea, but for a completely different application, which is still cool. The shuttle does not fly very well. It flies about as good as the shuttle is about as aerodynamic as that. Yeah. So if like we took wings and attached it to that, that's the gist of it. The only way it can land is because of those wings. How does the XB-70 Valkyrie compare to these? Ooh, dote. The XB-70 doesn't have a relief like a concave wing like that. The XB-70, well, actually, I've never actually bothered to look. Please hold. Please hold. Let's, I'm sorry. It was just... Yeah, it does to an extent. Yeah, same idea. Fun fact, people that made the space shuttle made this. Damn, that plane's a looker. Holy cow. It had a tilting windscreen, not the entire nose. But yeah, man, it looks like it's doing the same thing to a similar extent. But I just... The Mirage 2000 uses the Delta Wing design, but its AOA is nowhere near extreme. I would assume it's way heavier given all the stuff crammed into it. It's depending on where that Delta Wing is, Badger, yeah. These planes that have, in the Space Shuttle and the XB-1 that have the Delta Wing near the back of the plane. Yeah, I see it, man. Yeah, it folds down so they can see over the nose. Same idea. But the XB-1, or not the XB-1, the XB-70 is, this plane is a little bit different. So the XB-70 utilizes a phenomenon called compression lift. It does do something similar during landing, and it looks like the wing profile is straight, right? It's concave to an extent, so it does utilize that phenomenon, but it only seems like it utilizes it over this main part of the wing. These parts right here, you see how the XB-70 has two lines right there? The outer parts of the Delta Wing can fold down, all right? Like, think X-Wing, lock the S-foils in attack position. Like, it's half of an S-foil. If you're a Star Wars fan, you know what I'm talking about. Now, they fold up when the plane comes down to land, right? And when you're up at higher speed, they fold down. Now, why does that happen? So, this utilizes a phenomenon called compression lift, okay? Remember what I was saying with the XB-1? And Concorde, for what it's worth, you need a very razor-thin wing. Your wing needs to not make a lot of drag at higher speeds because you don't want to make a lot of drag up there. But the thing is that drag is a byproduct of lift. It happens. In order for something to lift, you need to disturb the air, right? In order for Bernoulli's principle to work, you need differential pressure, right? So the engineers at North American kind of figured out a way to fix that problem. Well, the first part about that was, let's put 6 jet engines on this plane. The XB-70 has 6 engines in the back because thrust, obviously. So, but if you look at the nose, not the nose, you look right here. See how it has a point right there? And if you look at that point, it's utilizing a ramp intake, and each one of these feeds 3, right? It feeds 3 jet engines. That's the 3 port side, that's the 3 starboard. But if you look at this structure right here, if we were like going to do a profile of this, it would look like that, right? See what I'm talking about? So if we were looking at it from the top, it looks like this, and then it goes like that. You have 2 different angles right there. See? See what I'm talking about? That is on purpose. I mean, everything on this plane is on purpose. What this is designed to do is at higher speed, it's designed to deflect air out. Believe it or not, it's designed to deflect air beyond the intake. It's designed for air to go past the intake. The intake is right here, right? And then in there, you have your fun stuff on both sides, right? The reason why is, well, twofold. One, you have what's called your compression wake right here. We'll just say CW. We have 2 kinds of music. We got country and Western. The second one is that, well, jet engines don't like taking in air faster than they can shoot it out the back, right? So you want, believe it or not, with modern planes, with modern like fighter jets or any plane that goes fast, you want to create subsonic air going into the jet engines. You want to slow the air down. You need to make drag over the intake. This does both of those things. It shoots at higher speed. You're going to get a wake. A compression wake is what it's called. You're going to get a wake. It's basically, think about like visually, it looks like a boat wake, right? And the angle of your wake changes with speed. So at higher speed, what this is designed to do is designed to generate crazy amounts of drag in the intake. So the jet engines don't asphyxiate. Because jet engines have like an igniter they have an igniter, and it works kind of like a grill. If you have an electric propane grill, you hit the igniter, and then the flames don't stop, right, until you shut the gas off. A jet engine kind of works like that. But what happens if you blow out the candle, right? I mean, the jet engine equivalent is a compressor stall. Basically, you can blow out the candle in a jet engine if the air coming in is too fast. If the air going in is faster than the air going out, you blow the candle out, the jet engine shuts off. Don't want that. That's why they, on the SR-71, they were like worried about bypassing that jet engine because they didn't want to blow out the candle, and it inadvertently created a turbo ramjet by accident. That's another story. So you have your compression wake. Your compression wake basically shoots the air out away from the intakes and allows drag to go into the intake, like turbulent air to go into the intake, so the jet engines work. Now, remember how I said those wings fold down, right? The wings fold down. The wings folding down basically take that compression wake at higher speeds and bounce it off of this. The compression wake hits the inside of this wing surface. And what that does is creates insanely high pressure underneath the wing at higher altitudes. This thing compresses the air underneath the wings because of the intake design. It works on the same principle as a trimaran, a boat with 3 hulls. What a boat with 3 hulls, like you have side pontoons and you have your center hull, like even though it's a piece of junk, the littoral combat ship. What that does is, because water is incompressible, it forces the boat out of the water at high speed like a hydrofoil so you can go faster. This thing does that, but it goes so fast, it does it with air. Weird, huh? That generates insanely high pressure underneath the wing, right? And then coupled with that little strake thing that I was telling you about, it's not going to create much drag, but once again, Bernoulli's principle works on differential pressure. What's the difference between the pressure over the wing and the pressure underneath the wing, right? What's the difference? The bigger the difference, the more lift you're going to make. This makes insanely high pressure underneath the wing at almost 0 angle of attack when your wing is making the least amount of drag. This allowed the XB70. I firmly believe the XB70 can go faster than the SR-71. I firmly believe that. They never tested it to its fullest extent. The fastest it went was Mach 3. And that wasn't even, they stopped the program before that happened. The XB70 uses that compression lift. It's a little bit of a different idea than this. But yeah, it's like a next level version of this. But that XB70 still has it still has that kind of concave wing, but it looks like it's a different profile completely. Yeah, the XB70 is nuts. It is one of the coolest planes ever devised. And you want to see something weird? This Wikipedia article always has it. The XB70 looks like something that would be designed today. That looks like it's from the future. Now, with that being said, look at the fuel trucks in these pictures. Does that vehicle, that vehicle, that vehicle, that vehicle, that vehicle, and that vehicle look like it belongs in this picture? That's a freaking, what is that, a Mac B series over there? You gotta be kidding me. Why did they stop the XB70 program? The Air Force didn't need it. They said they didn't need it. They said, why use this when we have a B-52? Did the SR-71 do the same thing? No, the SR-71 didn't do the same thing. The SR-71... You guys want to learn about that too while we're here? B-52 is an ICBMs. Why use this when we have ICBMs? Yep, there you go. Yep. Imagine if we got this instead of the B-1. Well, the B-1 basically ended up... It's funny because the B-1 is like XB-70 light. For what it's worth. Okay, so what's the difference between this and the SR-71? The SR-71 did not use compression lift. No. That was a North American thing. Guys, you got to remember, you know, we all think about these legacy aerospace contractors. We think just, you just make missiles and stuff nowadays. But back in the day, dude, like Lockheed, Boeing, you know, North American, Northrop Grumman, like every single one of these companies was like a SpaceX, like just completely bonkers stuff out of the blue. Like we had like 10 SpaceXs in the 60s, just all doing their thing. And then they made, you know, they did the Apollo program too, which is pretty cool. Should go back to that. Anyway, moving on. So the SR-71, first of all, it's a little bit older than the XB-70, not by much. So the SR-71 doesn't use compression lift. What this thing uses is a turbo ramjet. So the SR-71, it basically makes more thrust. That's the quick way to say it. The SR-71 focuses on making the engines do despicable things. The XB-70 focuses on making the wings do despicable things. The XB-70's power plants aren't anything special, if I'm remembering correctly. They're just, I forget, I think they're J-79s, I think. Don't quote me on that one. I have to look. YJ-93 turbojets, which 19,900 pounds of thrust, 89 kilonewtons, 120 with the afterburner. That's still pretty damn respectable. That's the same engine as the Hustler, the B-58. Yeah, that's a pretty good engine. Also B-58. Yes, B-58. Yeah, SpaceX is fixing that, Tessa, but yeah. So this is the one at the Museum of Flight with its start card. So the XB-70 uses its wings to go fast. The SR-71 uses its engines to go fast. I mean, don't get me wrong. The XB-70 still has 6 engines, but the SR-71 only has 2, and it can go just as fast. Why? The J-58 is not of this earth. Let me put it that way. So it's the J-58 is the SR-71's engines. There's a picture of it doing its thing. So could you combine the two? An XB-70 with SR-71 intakes, with SR-71 engines? You'd probably go so fast that there would be no plane left. That's the secret right there. Okay, so remember how I told you about jet engines? If you're going fast enough, right? If you're going fast enough, you'll basically stall the jet engine. It'll blow the candle out, so to speak. So how does a turbojet work? A turbojet, and that's what that is. Well, it's a I mean, that one is a bypass turbojet, but you get the idea. So you have air coming in, it gets compressed by the fan, it goes into a plenum, and that plenum goes into what's called a combustor, okay? And when it goes from the plenum to the combustor, it goes from extremely high pressure from being compressed because all that air is coming in behind it to extremely low pressure inside of the combustion chamber. That sudden depressurization, right, from the plenum to the combustor, right, you spray fuel into that, the air, it basically makes vapor, fuel air vapor, and then it blows up and shoots it out the back. Out of the combustors, it goes over a turbine, and that turbine drives the compressor, and it sucks more air in, and you go from there. The combustors here can, if there's too much air coming in, right, you could basically blow out the combustor like you'd blow out a candle or blow out a pilot light. It's the same idea, but for people that are, if you know jet engines, that's not the exact way of saying it. I know. I'm trying to be general here. I get it. It's a little more, you know, supersonic air going over the fan blades, cause the blades to overheat. I know. I get it. Now, that's the plain Jane way of saying it. With the SR-71, what they were trying to do is prevent that from happening. They had bypasses. So the air will go past the jet engine and then go into the back of the jet engine and shoot out. They see these bypass hoses or bypass tubes? That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to prevent the candle from getting blown out. That's once again, if you like propulsion and you go to read about this, you'll be like, what the heck was EJ talking about? This isn't the exact way to say it, but. So they were Lockheed was trying to not have the candle get blown out, okay? What they ended up making is what we would know nowadays as a turbo ramjet. Where's the picture? The picture's got to be in here somewhere. Maybe it's in the A12 wiki. Hold on. Give me one moment. All right, fine. Oh, it's Pratt & Whitney. That's why. Idiot. Here we go. That's the graphic that I'm looking for. It's a turbo ramjet. So, at regular speed, it works like a jet engine. At subsonic, works like a jet engine. Okay? Now, once you start going into supersonic, right? It engages that bypass, okay? Remember how I told you about the XB70 and its nose and that intake, right? How it shoots the compression wake out underneath the wings. Well, the conic intake on the SR-71 can actually retract. It moves back and forth, okay? It can go in, it can pull, it moves in and out depending on your airspeed. See this line right there? At supersonic speeds, that's your compression wake, okay? Now, at the highest of speeds, it retracts, okay? Once you start getting up past Mach 2.5, it'll retract. What it does is takes that compression wake and shoots it in here. It shoots it into the intake instead of shooting it around the intake. The Lockheed engineers came up with the idea of using the compression wake to your advantage. And what they figured out is that if you shoot the compression wake into the intake and then bypass the jet, right, you'll inadvertently create air compression inside of the intake. And if you depressurize that, if you find a way to have that high pressure drop to super low pressure and then shoot fuel into it, you don't even need a jet engine. It basically at high speed is its own combustor. And they figured all this out because they were trying to get the jet engine to not get blown out. The fact of the matter is that they figured out that that's a much better solution, and at higher speeds, they shut the jet engine off anyway. Fun fact. The SR-71 takes that compression wake and shoots it into the intake. It makes super high pressure, and then the intake does some black magic, let's say. It abuses boundary layer physics. Let's say that. It does some black magic to take that super high pressure and make it go and take it and make drag in the intake, and then they shoot fuel into the bypass, and then they shoot it out the back. It's a ramjet. Turbo ramjet. That's what the J58 is. It's half jet engine, half ramjet. Turbo ramjet. So that's what the SR-71 does. It takes that compression wake and shoots it into the intakes instead, and then there's some Lockheed Skunk Works black magic going on behind that. Basically what they do in the intake is they have induced flow separation. They make drag behind the intake, not directly in front of the intake like what the XB70 does. They make the drag in the intake so you could take all that air that's rushing in, depressurize it, shoot fuel into it, have it atomize, and then ignite it and shoot it out the back. It is, once again, it's black magic. That is, and they figured it out kind of by accident, inadvertently. They were just trying to get the candle to not blow out, and then they figured out, oh crap, we could just make at high enough speeds. We don't even need the spinny boy bits. We could just make a jet engine. You just make a jet engine. You could just make it, or just make a ramjet. You don't even need a compressor. If you force the air in, and it'll compress the air for you. You don't need the fan blades to do that. Yeah, that's the gist of it. It is a lot more complicated than that, guys. I assure you, it's way more complicated than this. There's a lot of aerodynamic trickery going on there. You can do some weird stuff with aerodynamics if you really know what you're doing. And I think it's safe to say that Kelly Johnson, the guy that came up with that plane, that design, knew what he was doing. Yeah, he's way smarter than me, that's for sure. Sounds like me and Satisfactory realizing I'm overcomplicating the system and creating a simpler solution on the spot. Snake, you can't optimize something that doesn't exist. You got to make something first. Yeah, it generates more power and gets more efficient as it goes faster. The SR-71 can go Mach 3.2 on paper. I guarantee you it can go faster than that. What I can't guarantee is the airframe coming back in one piece. Any faster than Mach 3.2 at sustained speeds, you'll probably melt the entire airplane. The plane will start experiencing re-entry heating. Not a lot of people know. Well, if you're uninitiated, we'll say, the A-12 and the SR-71 are not aluminum. That's not aluminum. The entire airframe is made out of titanium because they were worried about heating. Just like SpaceX with the grid fins. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Right? They figured out you can't make an aluminum chassis plane go this fast. And the engineers over at North American are like, all right. You know. Yeah, the CIA, yeah, you want to know how they got all that titanium? The CIA had a shell company and bought the titanium from the Soviet Union. That's where we got all that's where we got the titanium to make an entire fleet of planes out of titanium. Fun fact. Yep. They said it was, yeah, exactly, Nova. They said it was for pizza ovens. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. That's true, man. Read about it. Actually, if you want to read about this, there's a book by a guy by the name of Ben Rich called Skunk Works. Ben Rich was an engineer at Lockheed Martin. He worked with Kelly Johnson. Kelly Johnson's the guy that came up with, I mean, amongst other things, the P-38, Lockheed Constellation, SR-71, A-12, U-2, F-104. I mean, the F-104 is kind of a redheaded stepchild of the family, but whatever. Ben Rich kind of oversaw the F-117, Half Blue, which is kind of, that's pretty cool. It's a pretty good program. From Pizza with Love. And special paint, too. Yeah, radar absorbent material. Yeah, yeah. Kelly Johnson was on another level of just... How'd you think of that? How'd you do that? Not even mad. Slimbo, 50-month resub. Farhund had a 69-month resub before that. Thank you. Kelly Johnson deserves a statue in some place. That guy should be on cash, man. Bob Smith, Kelly Johnson should be on like $100 bill or something. You should watch the Starfighters episode of MST3K some night. You'd get a kick out of it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so little bit different, but I know the SR-71 can go faster than Mach 3.2. I'm pretty damn sure. And I'm not even an aerospace engineer. I just can explain things good. You want somebody that English is good, find a languager, man. No. The SR-71 can go faster, but I firmly believe that the XB-70 could go faster. And the XB-70 wouldn't have to worry about airframe reheating, but because of the compression lift, you can fly a lot higher than the SR-71 for a longer period of time. So if you're flying in a higher atmosphere, you could generate more lift in the upper parts of the atmosphere. There's less air actually impacting your vehicle, which is what causes re-entry heating. Re-entry heating happens when air gets compressed up against the surface on the vehicle, and it compresses so much, it can't move out of the way fast enough, and it gets compressed on the surface, and it gets compressed so much per the ideal gas law, it starts ripping itself apart, believe it or not. That's what re-entry heating is. So like the space shuttle, a plain English way of saying what the space shuttle did is that it went so damn fast it ripped the air apart that it flew through, which is pretty much what every spacecraft does when it comes back and re-enters. It's going so fast it rips air molecules apart. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, great space news. That was real good. The X-15, the X-15, yeah, same idea. I don't know. The X-15 could probably go faster because rocket engine, but who knows? Okay, strap a couple SRBs to the next B-70, get it to orbit. You know, it's funny you mentioned that, Bob, because there were I remember reading a study somewhere, a trade study somewhere, about using an XB-70 as a strato launcher. It honestly wouldn't be the worst idea. That's not a bad idea. Dude, if you could get something to go up to Mach 5 sustained and basically do a ballistic arc up, kind of like what Virgin Galactic's plane does, only not dropping from a mothership, you could theoretically replicate what a first stage does. Like, yeah, you need to go about 5, 6, 7,000 miles an hour to do something like that. The problem is that we don't have planes that can do that before they just end up blowing up in a big ball of fire because re-entry heating, right? The X-15 did Mach 6.7. Dude, Mach 6.7? That... How fast is that? Dude, that's almost a third of the way to orbit. That's a third of the way to orbital speed. That's really fast. That's really quick. Oh, you mean this? Yes. I knew I saw this somewhere, Thomas. I mean, Bob, yeah, you aren't the first guy to think about that. That's really smart. Dude, this thing could almost get an X-15 into space. Like, you could almost do it. Maybe $100 titanium coin. Yeah, baby. Any books by Kelly Johnson? I'm not sure, T-Man. I don't think so. The one by Ben Rich is good enough. I've read that book before, but that's an amazing book. I gotta go find my copy. I think it's at my parents' house. Yes, it did get to space. And yes, it did get to space. Oh, I'd believe that. I'd believe that. The SR-71 and the XB-70 look like they're from Ace Combat games. Yeah, pretty cool. That sentence, XB-70 in large upper stage. Dude, an XB-70 would be a great strato launcher. Honestly, that would be a really good first stage. The problem that you'd run into, and believe it or not, they ran into this problem in the SR-71 program, if you really want to know. Detaching something going like Mach 5 is not, or even Mach 3. That's not the smartest thing to do. Yeah, you heard that right. They tried that with the SR-71. They not necessarily strato launching something, but they tried separating a drone at high speed. Kind of worked. It kind of worked. That's a real picture. That's an M21 on top, or a D21, depending on the variant. The XB-70 has some darker stuff on the nose. Is that for stealth or thermal protection? It's TPS all day, O10. Yeah, it worked for a millisecond. Yeah. Yeah, it worked for a second. Give me 1 second. Give me one moment. I gotta find the right picture. Yeah, it worked for a second, and then it didn't. And then it didn't work after that. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah. Imagine. Yeah. Why not cut to the chase and talk about Aurora? The Aurora spaceplane doesn't exist, man. We're talking about stuff that actually exists. What are you, crazy? Anyway, yeah. Aerodynamics are cool, man. Especially when you're going fast. It, you know, felt like I was on a spaceship. I don't really know what to do with my hands. Felt like the plane's running real good. Felt like I was on a spaceship. We did good today. Yeah, the car's running real good. Anyway. Safe answer? What do you mean safe answer? It doesn't exist, dude. What are you talking about? Just put him by your side. That car's running real good. It felt like I was on a spaceship. Let's put on our tinfoil hats for a second. SR-72, does it exist or not? What about Area 51 planes? Trickster, the SR-71 is an Area 51 plane. In fact, the SR-71 and the A-12 are why Area 51 existed. They built Area 51 for the A-12 and the SR-71. The SR-72 doesn't exist. No, that's not a thing. The Dark Star, though. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. That's why Area 51 exists, because they wanted an area that was super remote where they wouldn't see them testing these planes. Fun fact, they didn't even fly the planes out there. They didn't fly the planes to Groom Lake because they were worried about if people saw them, they'd go wondering what they were. So they transported them in a box. And I know what you're thinking. How the heck do you transport an entire plane in a box? Well, make a plane-shaped box. Duh. Duh. No, don't touch this. There's some very sensitive weather sensing equipment under there. Seriously, that's what they did. They put the stupid thing in a box. Look, the back of the SR-71 is in there, and the front and the nose and the cockpit is in there. It's only a weather balloon. Yeah, that was a sweet K-Whopper. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Oh, one more fun fact that I always like mentioning when the SR-71 comes up. We like rockets here. Everybody knows that. How does Falcon 9 start its engines?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It uses triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane, right? T-tap. To basically a pyrophoric igniter. When triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane mix, if they find oxygen, it becomes hypergolic with it and it blows up. That's how Falcon 9 starts the turbo pumps on the Merlin engines. That's what that green flash is right when they start them up, right? Guess where they got that idea from? The SR-71. Yeah, SR-71. Seriously. Or the A-12 if you really want to read technical. So check it out. Look at this picture. Let's look back at this picture
Discovery,
of the SR-71 at the Museum of Flight. Everlast, 11-month resub. Blazing Pyro at a 74-month resub. Thank you. So the SR-71, like I told you, they shut the jet engine off at high speed because you don't need it. The whole intake becomes a huge ramjet, right? So how do they restart the engine? There's no starter motor on an SR-71. Not enough weight. It had to be lighter. to be able to go faster. Remember, the whole fuselage is made out of titanium. Titanium is heavy, right? Weight has nothing to do with it. They used T-tab to restart the engine when it came back down from a supersonic transition. Fun fact. Now, I know what people are wondering. Did they use T-tab to start the jet engine up? No. That's what that thing is for. See that? That's the start cart. 2 big block Chevys. It's 2 big block Chevys made it into a transaxle with a drive shaft that comes out the top that you physically connect into the gearbox on the J58, and you start both Chevys and you peg the throttle, and that's how they started the motors. Yeah. T-tab for when you're up there. T-tab is in fact a lot lighter than a start cart. You needed 2 454 Chevrolets to get those engines to turn. Hell yeah. 2 big block Chevys, baby. Actually, first they were Buick motors. They were Buick Wildcat. They were Buick 425s. Buick motor didn't have enough gumption, so they switched to big block Chevys in the 70s. How many restarts? 1. Yep, 2 big block Chevys, baby. Too bad the Falcon 9 doesn't need those big block start carts. Hell yeah, man. One of the A-51 stories I love is when they would put out strange models for when the Soviet satellites were going over and looking at Soviets trying to make it work a couple months later. Yeah. Isn't that cool, man? Start carts, dude. I want one. I want one just to say I have an SR-71 start cart. I tried to get the docents at Intrepid to get me to restore the start cart so we could get it running, but they never would. They never would let me. Seriously, I asked the curator of the museum exhibits at Intrepid, a buddy of mine named Eric, believe it or not. I asked him, like, hey, let me get the start cart running. I will get it running. And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, dude, give me 2 carb rebuild kits, 2 Holley double pumper rebuild kits, and a 12-volt battery, and I will get that thing running. And he said, he's like, I don't think we want to do that. I'm like, hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Are you sure it wasn't Dodge engines? I'm 100% sure. They were Buick Wildcat engines, and the Buick engines didn't make enough power, so they switched to, what is it, a Gen 2 big block? Yeah, Chevy big block, man. Same thing that you'd find with a Holley 4-barrel. Seriously, these things were hot. They were souped up engines. That's what, because you needed the torque to spin the J58, to spool it. These engines were no joke. They were the same engine that you'd find in a 71 Chevelle SS. Yeah. You should make a replica of the start cart and make it work. All right. Well, we need 2 big block Chevys, man. That's why I don't like some museums. They only want shells of things. A working start cart would be super awesome. Yep. Please note, not a Ford engine. Nader, I will make an exception for 2 big block Chevys if in my garage if they were for a start cart for an SR. I mean, I'll make an exception for any big block. I'm not going to lie to you. 440, 454, 460. I don't care what it is. Big blocks are sweet. Bluefist sold me on big blocks. I like those. I want more of them. Yeah. I think down the road, the red truck needs a big block. I think it needs a 460. I think it needs a 460. Yeah. Yeah, I think the red truck needs a 460. Yeah, needs a 460 with dove heads. And on that incredible disappointment, it's time to end space news. Not a 427. Good luck finding one. You can buy like 8 460s for the price of a 427, man. Put a Coyote in it? No, that's not a big block. I know, I just got to give you crap. Yeah, I know, you jackwagon. Build one? We got to get one first. Why is it sitting in the garage? Because it's my truck. I keep it in the garage because that's its home. Those giant caddies had a 472. And they put a 500 in there. Is it Sigma, though? No, it's Ligma. Scooby-Doo toilet Ligma. Or something, or whatever the kids say. I don't know. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Still have the Coronet. How's that thing doing? It is in dire need of help, Mysterious, and as soon as I get this frigging Chevy out of my damn garage, it's coming in here, and it... So first of all, it needs a big block. Second of all, it needs everything else. Ruh-roh, Raggy. All right, Grimlock. Yep. Okay, so, fellas, that's going to do it for Space News. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was a good time. Love talking aerodynamics with you guys. It's a good time. Does that car have a built-in toilet? Oh, yes, a Scooby-Doo toilet. Easy peasy. That list is only 2 items long. I like the way you think. Should tell that to Brimo. All right, so here's the schedule for tomorrow. I'm not doing after hours tonight. The schedule for tomorrow is, well, I'll see you guys in about 8 hours, maybe, give or take. I'm going to be here at 5:30 for the Vulcan Cert 2 mission, ULA's second flight of their Vulcan, their NSSL certification mission tomorrow. Launches at 6 a.m., 0600 Eastern. I'll see you bright and early. After that, we're playing Satisfactory until the Flame Trench. Yeah, so you're going to get a nice long 10-hour Satisfactory stream, then Flame Trench. No racing tomorrow night because I have company over. No racing tomorrow night. But yeah, that's the tentative schedule. So, racing will be back next week. And then you die of sleepiness. Yep. 10 hours of placing concrete. And maybe some steel too. All right, anyway. This concludes our broadcast day. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Tailed? Yeah. Wake up early tomorrow. Thanks for today. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys all early in the morning.
Oh, say, can you see?